specifically in the Keetmanshoop.
Keetmanshoop is also just one of those towns within Namibia that have played a significant role in Namibia's independence. Now, during Namibia's fight for independence, Keetmanshoop served as an important administrative and logistical hub in southern Namibia. As one of the country's oldest towns, it was a key center for political and economic activities. During South African rule, Keetmanshoop, like many other towns, experienced resistance from liberation movements fighting for Namibia's freedom. After Namibia gained independence, of course, on the 21st of March in 1990, Keetmanshoop developed or continued to develop as a regional center for trade, transport and governance, and the region that Keetmanshoop falls in is the Kharas one.
Indeed. Now, we saw that in terms of the procession, pardon me, today in Keetmanshoop, today the procession will start at the Keetmanshoop airport and move along the Kaiser Road to Hampi Pilcher Avenue. From there, it will then go to the 4th Avenue, then continue on to the Semnyova Avenue. And then next, the procession will pass through the Bernardo Swartboy Street and then head to Dr. Andries Beaver Street. It will then move to Tape Avenue before reaching Ludretz Street. Now, the journey will end at the J. Stefane Stadium, where the memorial will take place to honor the late founding president, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma.
Yebo. Now, the remains are currently lying in state at the Keetmanshoop Stadium in Walfish Bay. We will be crossing over to our reporter, that is Richeling Oses, who finds herself there to give us an update on what the night was like and what the procession will entail, as the remains are expected to be escorted by the military route procession to the Walfish Bay International Airport, where it's expected to depart this morning for the final regional memorial service.
Additionally, former Ludretz, that's Regional Councillor Flaxman Samuels, will be joining us to reflect on his experience working alongside Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma and discuss how his leadership impacted the political landscape in Ludretz specifically.
That's correct. Now, former Governor of Kharas Region, David Boyce, will also be joining us to speak about the long-lasting influence of Dr. Sam Nujoma in the Kharas region. He'll also be highlighting his contributions to political stability, regional governance, and his legacy in promoting social and economic cohesion within Namibia.
Indeed, quite a gem-packed first hour, keeping you to update as we know that this is the 7th and last regional memorial service in terms of that program that the Ministry of ICT on behalf of government had shared in terms of logistics planning for them. Specifically, this 7th memorial service is due to cater, that is, for the Kharas region as well as the Hartap region.
We will be bringing you the news, followed by your weather and traffic update shortly. Please stay with us.
Welcome back. Now, as the state funeral of the late founding president comes closer, security forces are conducting a full-scale rehearsal to ensure a fault-free and smooth procession in the capital city. Now, the convoy, which is scheduled for Thursday in preparation for the procession, will accompany the returns of Dr. Sam Nuyoma's remains from the regions. Now, the procession will include armored personnel carrier military vehicles, motorbikes, city police, and military vehicles. Now, the roads to be used during the procession are the Sam Nujoma Drive, Mandume Amdem Fire Road, David Hosea Merero Road, Hendrik Vetboy Drive, Moses Garweb Street, Winnie Madikizela Mandela Road, and Independence Avenue.
In more local news, founding President Sam Nuyoma's legacy of adopting the national reconciliation policy at Namibia's independence has transcended beyond the country and received praise internationally. Agriculture Minister Carl Schlettwein and other speakers highlighted this during a memorial service held in Washington, D.C., USA. Now, the policy of national reconciliation adopted by the SWAPO party under Nuyoma's leadership garnered an express approval worldwide. The tenets of this policy saw the conciliation and forgiveness of former enemies. Senior SWAPO party member and cabinet minister Carl Schlettwein says the late Nuyoma's embrace of the policy was rooted in belief of the liberation for all.
Taking it news beyond our borders, the RC faces a cash crisis as M23 rebels seize territory. Now the M23 rebels are seizing more territory in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. Now the government says the conflict has killed more than 7,000 people since the beginning of the year. Now, for people living in areas taken by the Rwandan-backed rebels, daily life has become a struggle. Even hard currency has become difficult to come by. Al Jazeera reports.
Getting cash in Goma used to be an easy trip to the ATM. But ever since M23 rebels took control of the city and other areas of the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, the money has run dry. It put many people in a tough situation. When the rebels entered the city, banks were closed and their staff fled. Even those lucky enough to have cash on hand find it quickly running out. Shop owners say it's becoming impossible to stay in business. M23 is backed by the Rwandan government. The Democratic Republic of Congo accuses Rwanda of wanting to control the resources in the area. But M23 says it's protecting ethnic Tutsis. In areas taken by the rebels, many are hoping for a return to normal regardless of who is in charge. Besides cash, supplies of many essentials like food and medicine are also in short supply. There are also fears that Goma could see further violence if the Congolese forces attempt to take the city back. This ongoing shortage of currency in the city of Goma forces some people to travel back and forth every day to neighboring Rwanda to get cash from Rwandan banks.
We now take a look at sport matters, where Likius Nande, a professional golfer, is preparing for the upcoming golf tournament set to take place in early March in Zimbabwe. NBC Sport recently interviewed him and he had this to say. He mentioned that the Namibian professional golfer Likius Nande is set to take part in the prestigious Julius Robinson Trophy 2025 golf tournament at Wingate Park Golf Club in Harare, Zimbabwe on the 1st and 2nd of March 2025. The tournament is a world amateur golf ranking event, providing players with an opportunity to earn points for the world rankings. NBC Sport spoke to Nande.
Nothing. Welcome back. Now, taking a look at your weather conditions for this morning. Moderate to heavy storms with flash floods are expected in the Angwena, Oshikoto, Kavango, Zambezi, and Nujoma regions. In places, now heavy falls will migrate back to Kharas on Thursday. Please take the necessary precautions. Now, in terms of the weather in the interior, to be partly cloudy and hot in the south and northwest with a few thunder showers. Elsewhere, partly cloudy and warm to hot with isolated thunder showers, but scattered thunder showers in the Angwena, Oshikoto, Kavango, Zambezi, and Nujoma region in places. Windy weather is expected to persist in the interior. The coast will be partly cloudy and mild to warm with a few evening showers over the central and southern coast. In terms of those tides at the wind will be moderate northwesterly to fresh southerly in the south. And in terms of the tides, we can expect a low tide at 37 minutes past 8 this morning and a high tide at 49 minutes past 2 in the afternoon. Another low tide at 45 minutes past 8 in the evening. Now, sunrise in the capital is expected at 6:47 this morning, while sunset is expected at 19:23 later in the evening. Now, let's take a look at your expected minimum and maximum temperatures across the various towns in Namibia.
Welcome back. It's now time for us to look at traffic matters from the capital city. And for that, this morning, I'm joined by Sergeant Lahia Haitota from the City Police, Public Relations and Community Policing Section. Sergeant, good morning and welcome.
Thank you so much. Very good morning and good morning, Namibia.
Well, Sergeant, what does the road and traffic conditions look like this morning?
Yes, starting with the area of Karutura Komasdang. We still have the traffic lights of Reverend B.J. Karwaira Street and NES Pitana Road that is completely off still. And then the road closures, we have 3. Abraham Mashego Street, the portion between NES Pitana Road and Claudius Kandovazu Street. Winima Digizela Mandela Road, the portion between NES Pitana Road and Claudius Kandovazu Street, as well as NES Pitana Road and Omolunga Street in the area of Hakahana. And then moving on to the eastern side of the city, we have the traffic lights of Nujoma Drive and Reverend Michael Scott that is completely off. And then we have Independence Avenue and Fidel Castro Street that is flashing on red. Automatically, these intersections becomes a 4-way stop, the ones that are either off or flashing on red. First come, first go. So please let us drive with care. We are having those drivers that are taking chances. They are failing to stop when the traffic lights are flashing on red. So just also make sure that even if you don't see a city police officer at a certain intersection, we are also having our CCTV cameras that are capturing these offenses. And if you are found, you will definitely be dealt with according to the law. So please let us do the right thing. And then the road closure in this area we have, that is Independence Avenue, the slipway onto Hosea Kutako Drive, as well as Casino Street. That is now the portion between Independence Avenue and Lutheran Street in the city center. Moving on to the message of the day, theft out of motor vehicle. It's starting to pick up now in the city. And as we know, most of the targeted items are mainly handbags, cell phones, all those electronic devices. And previously, these suspects normally are attracted by what they see through the window, like if you leave something in plain sight there on the car seat. But of recent, we have received or we have recorded cases whereby these suspects are using a certain object to force open the vehicle. And then they enter the vehicle and you can see they are searching because they are not attracted by anything. Obviously, maybe they have learned that our residents are now leaving their items either in the boot or in the glove compartment or whatever place in the vehicle. So now they are not only attracted to what they see, but they are also now searching the vehicle just to see what they can find. So what we can advise our residents is that always before you leave your vehicle, just make sure that your windows are rolled up, your vehicle is locked, and your alarm response, and also make it a habit of just physically opening the doors to see if your vehicle is locked, because they are still using the jamming method. And we are not advising our residents anymore to leave their valuable items somewhere hidden in the car. We are actually just discouraging anybody to leave anything of value in the vehicle, whether it's your handbag, money, laptop, cell phone, anything of value. Please let us just not leave anything in plain sight. And we are also advising them to, if possible, park at an area that is well lit and there's also movements. And whenever you are also driving, especially ladies, we like to put our cell phones here on the seat which is not occupied, or our handbag or a laptop. But you can also become a victim if your windows are not rolled up. Sometimes it's hot, I understand, you want fresh air, or if your car is not locked, because if you stop at the 4-way stop or when the traffic lights are red, they also open your vehicle or they grab it through the window. So let us just make sure that nothing, especially if your windows are not rolled up or your car is not locked, nothing is inside where they are able to grab it and then run. And then we are also encouraging our residents to just open cases. If you become a victim of such a crime, please do open a case. It also helps us as the law enforcement. And lastly, there's a cry out there on the operation of warrant of arrest. We'll just like to actually, unfortunately, it's a habit. Most of our drivers are issued with fines. You know that you committed a certain offense, you are issued with a fine, you ignore the fine. You don't attend court on the court date that is indicated on the fine. You don't pay the fine. Obviously, if you ignore a fine that is issued to you, it will not go away. It will become a warrant of arrest. So make sure that you either pay the fine before the due date, if you accept that you are guilty of the offense. If not, attend court on the date that is stipulated on the fine, because by ignoring it, by not attending court, by not paying it,
All right. Well, Sergeant, thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was Sergeant Lahia Haitota from the City Police Public Relations and Community Policing section, giving us our traffic update from the capital city this morning. We will be back. Please stay with us.
Welcome back. Now, let's take a look at the message that was delivered yesterday by the Minister of Information and Communication Technology, Emma Theophilus.
Dear fellow Namibians, dear fellow mourners, it is again my distinct honor to offer a briefing on the funeral arrangements of His Excellency Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, our founding president and father of the Namibian nation, who left us on the 8th of February 2025. On the onset, I would like to offer a word of gratitude on behalf of the government of the Republic of Namibia to all citizens who have come out to honor and give a befitting farewell to our fallen national hero. The regional memorial services have been a success, and we are now approaching our final regional memorial service before the remains of our founding president is brought back to Windhoek, the capital city, for the processes to happen in Windhoek with regards to the official memorial service on the 28th of February, and then the burial on the 1st of March at the Heroes Acre. On the 26th of February 2025, at around 8 a.m., the procession of the remains of our founding president will depart from the Walfish Bay Airport to the Keetmanshoop Airport and is scheduled to arrive around 10:20 a.m. We expect the procession to then proceed thereafter for the memorial service that will be taking place at the J. Stephanus Sports Stadium in Keetmanshoop in the Kharas Region. His Excellency the President, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, as Chief Mourner, will be represented by Honorable John Mutorwa, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Works and Transport, who will deliver a message. We thank once again the work that is being conducted by the security cluster, the Namibian Defence Force, the Correctional Services, and the Namibian Police Force for the services they are rendering during this time. May the soul of His Excellency the President Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma rest in perfect peace.
Welcome back now. Flexman Samuels was elected as the Lutherans Regional Councillor in 1998, sworn in February 1999 as a member of the National Council, officiated by Dr. Seb Nujoma, and served 6 years until the end of 2024. He was then appointed as the current Chief Executive Officer of the Lutherans Waterfront. He now joins us telephonically to talk to us about his role in Lutherans under the late founding president's tenure. Mr. Flexman Samuels, good morning and welcome to GMN under these circumstances.
Good morning, sir, and good morning to your viewers.
Now, let's kick on right from the onset. Now, when you received the news of the late founding president's passing, what came to mind?
Well, it was heartbroken, really, just to wake up to be informed that the man that we looked up to, our founding president, is no more. Heartbroken, really.
Are you able to share a personal memory that encapsulates Dr. Seb Nujoma's character and his unwavering dedication to Namibia?
Well, there's so much to talk about Comrade President Seb Nujoma, now late. Certainly, Dr. Comrade Seb Nujoma represent hope and inspiration. His dedication to the struggle of Namibia for so long, I think it's very much inspiring. So I think he persevered and in any difficult moments or situation, I think he always saw that there is a way out. So he was really enthusiastic in his role as leader.
Okay. Now, we all know that the late founding was very influential. Let's talk about what kind of impact Dr. Seb Nujoma made on society, specifically in the Kharas region.
Well, I think I need just to provide some context. I mean, we may know that at independence, certainly the harbor of Walvis Bay and the offshore island, the Namibian government never had sovereignty over the port. So the only port that the new government had access to was the port of Lutherans, but it was in a very, very poor state of its development. Comrade President Seb Nujoma was very clear. He had clarity, and he wanted to ensure that Namibia does trade with the rest of the world through the port. So he started already to initiate the revival of the port town of Lutherans, a town that was really close to dying economically. So he mooted the investment of the port so that the port is developed to do trade. And also the railway line that connects to the port was in a dilapidated state. It was very clear from Aus to Lutherans, it's about 120 kilometers to rehabilitate that railway line. And thanks to God, he had a very strong minister of transport, Hampi Plichter, and a deputy minister, Klaus Dix. These are engineers who knew what they were doing. And I think as a result of that, President Nujoma overseen that the port of Lutherans has been developed, and including the railway line. And then also at independence, when you were traveling from Keetmanshoop to Lutherans, there was a stretch of road of about 140 kilometers that was gravel. It was very difficult to get to the harbor town of Lutherans. So he also insisted that road has to be tarred. So today, it is so easy to get to the harbor town of Lutherans. There are a lot of cargo that is moving towards the port. And I must also say that the fishing company called Pesca Nova Novanam, which employs 2,000 people today, President Nujoma was very instrumental to persuade the investors from Spain to set up shop at the time that Walvis Bay and the offshore island was still in the end of the apartheid South Africa. Had that not taken place, I mean, the economic situation, as we now know today, of Lutherans could not have been the same. So President Nujoma really played a catalyst role to revive the town of Lutherans. And in fact, the waterfront development that I now lead today has been also initiated by Comrade President Nujoma. And today, the Luther's Waterfront Development Company is playing a major role to promote tourism, to create opportunity for private sector growth, and to ensure that the town of Luther's is a destination for culture, for education, for sports, and for business. So really, I can only appreciate that the role that President Nujoma has played in this part of the country, in the Kharas Region, particularly at the port of Luther's, has been very much encouraging.
Okay. Now, let's talk about in what ways President Nuyoma's guidance influenced your leadership style and your approach to public service through your career from 1998 to date.
Yes, I think it was in February in 1998 when President Nujoma came to the National Council to officiate the inauguration of the Second National Council, for which I was part. We're talking about almost 27 years ago. And President Nujoma encouraged us to be the servant of the people, to demonstrate strong leadership, and to make positive difference to the lives of the people that we are asked to lead and to represent. So I can only say that President Nujoma has been an inspiration to me. I have learned a great deal from his strong leadership, and that you should never give up because quitters never win and winners never quit. And I think that is what I can really learn from President Nujoma, that we have a beautiful country, and what we now need is to demonstrate strong leadership and to turn things around and to make Namibia a competitive country and a successful country. And no wonder, I think all these details about the footprints of the leadership of President Nujoma is detailed in Vision 2030. And I think we have, I think this opportunity now that we now have again, and the unfortunate death of Comrade President Nujoma reminds us to recommit, I think, to the ideals of making Namibia a better country for all who live in it.
Very well. Now, you were elected as a regional, Luther's regional councillor in 1998 and sworn in February, that's 1999. As a member of the National Council, you elected earlier and served 6 years until the end of 2004, pardon me. Let's talk about what that moment meant for you, seeing that the founding president came to officiate the opening of the second National Council.
Well, I must also just demonstrate that, I met President Nujoma the day when he arrived in Namibia. That is 14 September 1989. I consider myself lucky that I happened to sneak in, disguised as a journalist, with some other journalists who were allowed to go and meet President Nujoma as he was just disembarking from the aeroplane. I was part of that, and it was really inspiring. And of course, later years, of course, we interacted at numerous occasions, and he was always a leader who guided, who inspired, and who encouraged us to do the right things for Namibia.
Now, do you have any words of encouragement, perhaps, to the nation, the family and the nation at large during this time of mourning?
Well, really, I think the Namibian people throughout all the corners of this country have really reached out to the Nujoma, Kondombolo, and Mushimba family to reassure them that they are not alone in mourning the passing of Comrade Sam Nujoma. We are together. We all own Comrade President Sam Nujoma. So be strong. And I think the best way to honor the legacy of Comrade President Nujoma is to continue to ensure that service delivery for all those who are in positions of authority and influence, to exercise strong leadership and to ensure that service delivery extended to the people of Namibia and that we make Namibia a competitive country so that we can tackle all the social challenges that are facing many of our people. I think that's the best way that we can honor Comrade President Nujoma. Let's make Namibia a better place for all who live in it.
Indeed. Flaxman Samuel, thank you very much for making time to speak to us this morning. And we hope that the memorial service that is slated for Keetmanshoop will see residents of Ludrate and the larger inhabitants of the two regions, that is Kharas Region as well as Radab Region, attending the memorial service.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, that was Flaxman Samuels, who is the current CEO of the Ludrate Waterfront and former Ludrate Regional Constituency Councillor, elected in 1998 and sworn in as a member of the National Council in February 1999, talking to us about these interactions of the founding president and also his encouragement to him and what it had meant to serve under his leadership. Stay tuned as we continue with more conversations after this break.
Welcome back. Now, as we have indicated, the body of the late founding president has been lying in state overnight at the Keetmanshoop Stadium following a memorial service that was held in his honor yesterday in Walvis Bay. Our team, consisting of Richelin Oses, is at the Keetmanshoop Stadium right now to give us an update from the ground. Richelin, good morning. It's over to you.
Good morning, Ilago. Now, residents of the coastal towns are paying their final respects as in a moment we will be transporting the remains of His Excellency Dr. Sam Shavishuna Nujoma to the Walvis Bay Airport before they can depart for the Keetmanshoop Airport, where the 7th and the final regional memorial service will take place. And now I am joined by Commander Josephat Ruben Ngutola, who is the Navy chaplain, just to speak to us about the process that took place here at Walvis Bay and that will also take place now here from the Keetmanshoop Stadium to the Walvis Bay Airport. Thank you so much, Chaplain, for joining us. Can you kindly take us through what is the role of the Navy chaplain here at the memorial service?
Thank you very much. Good morning, medias. I am Navy chaplain. Thank you for this opportunity. The role for the chaplain in this event is a chaplain is a spiritual leader. He or she lead the group. He lead the group always on front. Before we pray, we read the word of God and bless the event. So then we lead the process. That is the task for the spiritual leader, the chaplain in the force.
So what does this occasion then mean to you as the chaplain, but also to the Navy as a whole?
This is a very important event that we are mourning our leader, the Commander-in-Chief of the Namibia Defense Force, the first Commander-in-Chief of the Namibia Defense Force. This event is very important to all of us, not only to the Defense Force, but to the whole nation, that we are mourning and honoring our first president, the founding father of the Namibian nation. That's why you have seen yesterday the members were very ready from the airport to here, Keetmanshoop, where the event took place. Even today, the body is with Defense Force members. We will take his remains from here to airport under military procession.
Now, can you just take us through that process of taking his body from the Keetmanshoop Stadium to the airport? What will the process look like as soon as the public is, of course, done viewing his body?
Yes. As soon as public done viewing the body, the undertaker will cover the casket. Then chaplain come in with blessings and he lead the process. Then we take the casket to gun carrier, then the car for the chaplain, following the military police and traffic, will lead the process, and the gun carried will follow chaplain's car. And from here, we follow the provost and the traffic and the police. We go in the street, then we take the body to airport. The same process we used yesterday from the airport. Then from there, at the airport, the body will go in the aircraft. Then they fly to Kharas Region.
Thank you so much, Chaplain, for joining us.
Thank you very much. We wish all the Namibians God's blessing and strength to be with us, especially this time. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Now, that was Chaplain Josephat Ruben Ngutola, who is the Navy chaplain, speaking to us about the process that is going to take place today as we move from the Keetmanshoop Stadium here in Wellfish Bay to the Wellfish Bay International Airport to send off the founding president to Keetmanshoop, where the memorial service will take place before we head back to Windhoek for the main memorial service that is scheduled to take place tomorrow, followed by his burial. Now, the series of this regional memorial services started at Etunda, his home village, and it catered for residents of the Omusati and Kunene regions. Thereafter, we moved to the Enana region, where the regions of Oshana, Oshikoto, and Enana were included in that memorial service. And then we headed on to Rundu, where the Kavango East and West were part of the memorial proceedings, followed by Katima Mulilo in the Sambesi region. Now, from Katima Mulilo, we witnessed the procession moving on to Grootfontein to cater for the Otjozondjupa region, Oshikoto region, and the Omaheke region. And yesterday we had the memorial service here in Wellfish Bay, a place that is pivotal to the late Dr. Nujoma, as he came here at the tender age of 17 before he moved to Windhoek and then back here to Wellfish Bay before he went into exile. Now, the final memorial service is expected to take place today in Keetmanshoop in the Kharas region, and this will cater for the people of the Kharas region as well as the Hartap region. And thereafter, we will have a street procession in Windhoek, where the residents of Windhoek and the neighboring towns can come and pay their respects to the late founding president and father of the Namibian nation. Now, the burial will happen at the Heroes Eka in Windhoek on the 1st of March. Now, many Namibians have come out to pay their respects. These are the residents of Wellfish Bay that is ready to bid farewell to a fallen hero, an African icon. Right now, they are waiting for the chaplain before the procession can start. Ilago, let me give it over to you, and we will keep the nation updated.
Thank you so much, Richeline. giving us an update there from the Keetmanshoop Stadium in Walfish Bay. Now, we are continuing with engaging various members of this beloved nation to give us, their perception and their reflection of the late founding president. Now, a member of SWAPO, that is David Boyce, was a member of the National Assembly from 2000 before being appointed as governor of the southern Kharas Region in 2004. He now joins us in studio to talk about the life and legacy of the late founding president, including the role that he played in the Kharas region. Good morning, sir, and thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Good morning.
I trust that the morning is well that side. Now, the late founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma, left Namibians in a standstill. So what impact did his passing have on you personally when you first heard the news?
Yes, thank you. Okay, we have been hurt hard by the passing on of our founding father, the late President Sam Nujoma, the founding father. As we believe he is the source of wisdom and impression and aspiration in trying times. So we are very hurt by his passing on. It was as the man who walked with him, the time he called me, during, as you have rightly stated, in 2000 to the National Assembly in 2004 as the governor of the region. So we have been together, and I am hurt by his loss.
So what did your role working with him entail?
Could you please come louder? I cannot hear you so clear.
I apologize for that. I hope you can hear me now clearly. Let's talk about when you were working with him. What did that relationship look like?
We had a very good relationship. That was the time that the governors were appointed by the president. Not as the councillors first, but not, as appointed by the president. And I serve in the capacity of the chairperson of the regional council, the chairperson of the management committee, and as the governor. So we had a very good relationship. Anytime I can call him, he can call me. That relationship existed at that time.
Looking at him as a leader, when you were governor and also member of parliament, what did you most admire about the late founding president, and what would you say were some of those skills from him that you learned?
Yeah, he was a fearless leader, and he has a radical approach. When his people were hurt, that's the time that he became fearless and radical. So I admire him. He never wavered in his leadership. He did what he could so that his people can have the freedom. Yeah, so that's the leader that I know. The leader that brought in the desert of the south, a green area, for instance. Let me show you. Let me touch on the Alsinger. You see, it's the biggest exporter in grapes. It's the biggest exporter in dates. And these things happened from his dreams. He dreamed and he walked the talk. Not as the other leaders are saying. I'm not referring to the presidents. I'm referring to those that has been entrusted. For instance, in Etunda, the leaders who are not performing well as we are talking now. And this is something that hurts his legacy. So those who are entrusted, the dreams of this giant must come true. We have to look how we can, honor his wishes just to be economic free.
How would you say is Sam Nujoma's legacy being preserved and celebrated in the Namibia that we live in today?
I cannot say enough is done, because the two examples that I have said, the leader and the other, Itundas, and these other things that he brought, these other projects that he brought to Namibia, so that we can be economically empowered, and even the land issue is another factor. He gave us land and many things. He brought us national reconciliation. He talked about one Namibia, one nation, and many things happened due to him. The mining, the Lutret's town, you see, it was a dormant town, that one. But it's about to bloom now. You see, these streams will become, but as I have stated, those entrusted, and most of the time, some ministers are not, worrying about the legacy of the president. He talked about, he brought Itunda, he brought NITA projects, but all of these projects are now on the way to die. So this is the legacy that is not honored by some of these people.
Well, Mr. Boyce, as we conclude, what is your message of condolences to the family and the Namibian nation at large?
Yes, okay. On behalf of the entire, the Namibian nation, and on my behalf, I extend my sincere condolences and on the passing on of our father, late father, the hero.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boyce.
Our thoughts must have his family and Namibian nation. So you have to regard him as the legend of the seasons, and let he rest in eternal peace.
Thank you, Mr. Boyce. Our condolences to you as well. Thank you for making time to speak to us this morning. Well, that was David Boyce, former governor of the Kharas Region, who was appointed as governor in 2004. That was during the late founding president's tenure. He was also a member of parliament in 2000. Now, as we have seen there on our screens during that conversation, the procession seems to be almost starting, as we have seen that the casket has been closed and viewing has concluded there at the Keetmanshoop Stadium. So the officials and the members of the law enforcement will be getting ready, that is, to transport the remains to the Walvis Bay International Airport, where they are going to be escorted by the plane to the next region, which is Kharas. We will continue bringing you those updates. Please stay with us.
Welcome back. Now we see those visuals there, that a funeral procession with the remains of the Dr. Sam Safishuna Nujoma will commence shortly. We're seeing thousands, possibly if not hundreds of Namibians from the coastal town of Walfish Bay there coming to pay their last respect. We know that the body laid in state overnight, and the procession is announced by the Minister of MICT, Emma Theophilus, earlier, is that it's anticipated to take off from 8 o'clock at the Walfish Bay International Airport, earmarked or destined, that is for Keetmanshoop Airport, where we anticipate the 7th Regional Memorial will take place. However, now it's 7 o'clock and we're crossing over to the news. Now, leading the news for decades, they've worked behind the scenes, ensuring that meals were prepared, tables were set, and a sense of home was created, even in the most difficult times. Now, as Namibia prepares to bid farewell to its founding president, Sam Nujoma, 3 women who once cooked for him, both in exile and after independence, are paying their tribute to the man they described as a father, a mentor, and a leader who treated his staff like family.
Nujoma was the architect of Namibia's liberation and a leader known for his humility, kindness, and steadfast commitment to those around him. For Betty Wilbert, Selma Simon, and Helvi Kalimba, their memories of him extend beyond the political arena to the warmth of his character. Wilbert prepared meals for Nujoma and his family in Zambia and Angola firsthand during the struggle and after independence until his death. She joined the Nujoma household as a cook in Zambia, and Wilbert was still fulfilling her duties with her 2 colleagues, serving the family and the mourners at his death. Through sobs and tears, Wilbert remarked that Nujoma was like a father to them.
I looked at him as a father. I started cooking for him when I was a young girl, continuing into my youth and now. As an old woman, I'm one of the lucky ones, having known Nujoma since the 1980s, until the time when God called him from this earth.
As a cook, she noted that Nujoma was neither a picky eater nor did he ever criticize their cooking. He was health conscious, never consumed sugar, and enjoyed traditional food. Wilbert cared for the founding president during his 3-week hospitalization. Selma Simon met Nujoma in 1978, shortly after an attack on the Kasinga refugee camp in Angola. She began working with Nujoma in 1979 as a protocol officer based in Kwanza Sul in central Angola. Simon later moved to Angola, where she worked as a cook in the household of David Meroro, Andimba Toifoya Toifo, and Sam Nujoma. Wilbert also followed Nujoma to the SWAPO Central Committee meetings, which were often held in farms. Simon, who later worked directly with Nujoma at the State House after independence, stated that the late statesman was a humble man.
He was a peaceful and orderly person. We have really learned a lot from him, as he would always counsel us to be united, love one another, and work hard for ourselves. I now have a small business selling cooked food at home.
Nujoma would also take them to Teres Bay for the Christmas holidays. Now a police officer, Helvi Kalimba, was once again assigned to the State House, where she continued to serve Nujoma. She began working as a waiter for Nujoma in Angola during their exile in 1983. Kalimba says Nujoma was a gentle giant who had respect for everyone.
He was very generous. Some of our children greatly benefited from his generosity because he could go to Nujoma, tell him your problems, such as school needs for your children, and he would gladly assist.
Wilbert, Simon, and Kalimba have expressed their appreciation for the unique opportunity to serve the founding president until his death, something they will cherish for as long as they live.
Continuing with more tributes from those who worked alongside or with Dr. Sam Safishuna Nujoma, now Flight Captain William Mekanjo and former air hostess Foibe Lucas shared their experience traveling with the late former president during his presidency.
Lucas was assigned in the early 90s as a VIP air hostess for Dr. Sam Nujoma, who she traveled with on many occasions. She says Nujoma's dedication did not stop on the ground, as she would often witness him crafting Namibia's development during his flights.
Apart from me doing my services on duty, I will most of the time witness how he work on board, how before he gets to his destination, most of the time he will do his duties on board. And that actually also kept me on my toes, and I really learned a lot. Apart from just being a safety officer and apart from just serving, I learned most of what he was doing on board, because most of the time he'll ask me to pass him his briefcase that is always secured behind him and so on. Yeah.
Captain William Ekanjo, who flew Nujoma on many occasions too, recalls how he fought for Air Namibia not to be closed. He says that Nujoma, in his wisdom, predicted the negative impact it would have on the tourism sector and the loss of employment this would mean for many Namibians. Ekanjo stated that for someone without experience in the aviation sector, Nujoma had a lot of knowledge and was always well prepared.
There was nobody, somebody without flying experience or airline experience that had more knowledge than him. I felt that he knew more than most of the people, even our managers in the airline. He was well prepared, and he knew many things. So some of them are things that he did in the struggle. Like the last aeroplane that we brought in, he said, "No, I've already discussed with the Brazilians. It's an aeroplane actually manufactured in Brazil." He said, "No, I have spoken to those people a long time ago in the struggle to have to have that aeroplane."
He further stated that the late Nujoma was very professional in every aspect.
Now, as we continue with more updates on the mourning and funeral arrangements of the founding president, 7 regional services have been held so far to honor the late founding Dr. Sam Savishuna Nujoma. Now, during the procession of his remains, young and old lined up the streets to say their last goodbye. Now, people also organize themselves in groups for renditions such as Nengonya musical works that were seen at Oshikuku in the Msati region, in the first region, which hosted the first state memorial service. Now, NBC reporter Ndapanda Shuya takes a look back.
What is your thoughts as you see all these people out here, including yourself?
Msati is a region of capacity. It's a region that has delivered and continues to deliver. And it's good to see that we have come out in thousands of numbers, young, old, and everybody from babies. And then it shows that our late founding president was really a beloved person. And this is just befitting from the people of Msati region to see him off to his final resting place.
As a youth yourself, how would you like us to live on with the legacy of the late founding president, as well as what is your message to the SWAPO supporters?
Yes, my thoughts are that for the SWAPO supporters, the party should not go with the late founding president. We are the future of this country. We are the future of the party. So let us continue his legacy. Let us take off where he left off. And then I think we should always remember him, and we should always carry his legacy forth in whatever we do as a nation and as a party. And then also, the one thing that I want to urge the youth is that the liberation struggle started many years ago, but we only got independence in 1990. And through all those years, people perished, but the motto of the day was determinism, never give up, because ultimately there should always be a light at the end of the tunnel.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nujoma, for making the time to come out here to celebrate the life of a fallen hero.
Yeah, no, thank you so much also, and then keep up the good work, NBC.
Now, the Namibian Industrial Development Agency has presented its first financial report in 6 years. Now, the agency was formed 9 years ago to enhance, promote, and facilitate and manage industrial development in Namibia.
NIDA was merged in 2018 through the merger between the Namibia Development Corporation and the Offshore Development Company to drive industrial development, promote economic diversification, and foster sustainable growth in Namibia. The priorities include supporting key sectors such as logistics, tourism, manufacturing and agriculture, transforming the SME sector, and position the country as a regional logistic hub.
Hence, this is the first ever annual report to be published since the inception of NIDA. Not only it is the first ever annual report, but what similarly makes us proud today is that during 2024, we laid a strong governance foundation in terms of PEGA compliance. Our long-term success will not only be measured in financial growth, but in the impact we create. Jobs opportunity, industrial empowerment, and sustainable economic transformation.
While launching the report, the Minister of Finance and Public Enterprises, Ipumbu Shimi, highlighted the important role of NIDA in helping Namibia realize its industrialization goal for development.
The responsibility that has been placed on you, it's huge. It's quite significant. Because you are Namibia's instrument to reach Vision 2030, which is 5 years away. It's no longer that far. You are Namibia's vehicle to reduce unemployment. Of course, you are not the only one, but you are a critical component in achieving those goals.
The report, produced within 6 months, estimates that NIDA's assets currently stand at $3 billion. However, there is a need to leverage on the assets.
We have remained in an operating loss position over the last 6 years. Based on our strategic business plan and our business models going forward, we cannot expect to see profits as soon as possible because of the fact that we need to turn the ship around significantly. That means that based on our plans, which will be published, and I'm sure a lot of you will get to read it, because of the endeavors that we need to make and the plans that we need to put in place, we will continue to see a loss situation in the next 2 or 3 years still, before the ship then turns around and we can fully leverage off all our assets and off all our different plans.
Over the next 5 years, NIDA will focus on enhancing the operational efficiency of key business units while broadening revenue streams through cost-cutting measures and strategic investment. The agency aims to create 30,000 jobs in the future.
Welcome back. Now taking a look at some international news. ESCOM has reintroduced stage 6 power cuts, leaving many without electricity for nearly half the day. Now the energy minister apologized, but concerns grow as the outages hit ahead of the G20 meeting in Cape Town. CGTN Africa reports.
South Africans had been hoping that the punishing power cuts they suffered in recent years would be a thing of the past. That's after power utility ESCOM eased load shedding, allowing many across the country to enjoy improved electricity supply. But things have now taken a turn for the worse. The country's electricity and energy minister has apologized to South Africans for the resurgence of load shedding after 10 months, which left many in the dark for almost half the day.
With the greatest level of humility, I want to say to the country that we regret this setback in the same manner that we regretted the setback that was registered on the 1st of February. We're experiencing the intensity of load shedding that we haven't experienced in a long time. The levels of agitation, the level of anger, the levels of disappointment are understood.
Power utility ESCOM has been trying to stabilize the grid after battling over 15 years of challenges that caused many blackouts. But it says it had no choice but to implement stage 6 restrictions after several units were taken down by a perfect storm of maintenance problems and breakdowns.
This was occasioned by initially an overload on a transformer as a result of the startup of a unit that was coming out of a long-term outage, and that essentially started the domino effect of reticulation supply cutting to the rest of the units, and one by one those units gave in.
The situation is improving, but it comes at a time when all eyes are on South Africa for the G20 finance meetings taking place in Cape Town.
If you're going to go from stage 0 load shedding to stage 6 in just a couple of hours, that's worries. It just tells us again that we have to put our foot on the pedal and continue to build the momentum and to make sure that those reforms and the new generation capacity comes online.
Eskom says a plan to fix and maintain power infrastructure is still on track, but some South Africans are skeptical.
They keep on saying they will sort it out. Unfortunately, up to now, nothing has been done. So we wish in the future they can sort it out. Otherwise, it will be difficult.
We feel cheated because we thought everything is over. We're back to our lives. Everything is good. Now we're back to load shedding, and there's no warning. It's just overnight, and our lives has changed.
Load shedding has cost South Africa billions of dollars since 2008. Things had started to look up in recent months as the country stabilized power supply, and the return to normalcy would attract more investors and help boost economic growth. But this latest return to load shedding has dented public confidence, with many worried that the power cuts could adversely affect the country's economy.
Welcome back. Now that concludes the news that we had at this hour. When we get to return, we continue with more coverage in tribute to Dr. Semsa Nujoma, founding president and father of the Namibian nation. Stay tuned. Welcome back. It's officially sometime past 7, and we continue. That is our coverage for the late founding president, and we have moved into the second hour of Good Morning Namibia this morning.
And we will be having various conversations, including crossovers to our reporters who are on the ground to just give us an update on what the procession looks like of the late founding president as he is being escorted to the next region from the Erongo region, where a memorial service was held yesterday.
Now, we anticipate that in this second hour we'll be speaking to Renata Rangura, who will be at the airport. We understand we're also seeing some visuals there in the background in terms of the ending, slowly but surely, the ending of those when the body was lying in state. We saw that some people came to pay their last respect. We anticipate that the funeral procession as a military convoy will commence anytime soon.
That's indeed correct. We've also seen members of the public there at the Keetmanshoop Stadium, also there to send off the late founding president. Yesterday, the representative of the chief mourner Ben Amadila, a former politician who we also saw him take the podium, of course, delivering his message of condolence and his tribute message on behalf of the President of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba. Right now, we are seeing that the bearers have approached the casket, and that is indicating that the movement process is about to begin, where the casket will be sent off. That is to the gun carriage, which will be driven by the RG32. Yes, and the military route procession will commence from the Keetmanshoop Stadium all the way to the Walvis Bay International Airport.
And then obviously we hope to ensure that we share an update with you as the military convoy commences, and also eventually when it reaches the airport, where we also understand that Renata Rengura will be having an engagement with possibly the regional governor in the region. Just give us an update, possibly, and an overview of how everything went from their side of point of view, and possibly also a word of appreciation for all those that made the memorial service around a resounding success. Not that we are celebrating, but under the circumstances that you would also have wanted it to go well.
Definitely. Well, we will be speaking to former regional councillor of Lüderitz, that is David Shombe, who will be joining us to share a perspective on Nujoma's leadership, focusing on how his policies empowered local leaders in Lüderitz, enhanced community participation, and how it contributed to sustainable growth.
Now, former High Commissioner to Zambia and traditional leader of the Covese, Captain Solomon Josephat Vetboy, will be joining us to discuss Dr. Nujoma's diplomatic initiatives and his efforts to foster unity between traditional authorities and political leaders, particularly in the Kharas region.
Yes, a lot as we are seeing on our screens right now. The bearers are approaching the casket to start the movement of the body of the late founding president, with having to load it on the gun carriage, which will then be which will proceed, that is, towards the airport, where it is expected to be flown to the next region, which will mark the conclusion of the regional memorial services, and that is the Kharas region.
We're also seeing there that the pallbearers, who are senior military officials, are also waiting and are on standby. They've also been accompanying the remains since that's the airlifting of the remains from Windhoek, and definitely they've gone through all the regions and they are doing the same thing, and they are also going to be traveling with the remains all the way to Keetmanshoop.
The movement of the casket has officially begun, and the casket, we can say, is now being moved towards the gun carriage. Let's just take in this moment.
We'll leave you with these images.
Bring the car in, guys. Tell that kangaroo.
Some emotional visuals there from Walfish Bay, Keetmanshoop Stadium, with the ladies there singing Enda Ponawa Nombili, translating to "Go well in peace," as the casket containing the body of the late founding president is now being escorted to the Walfish Bay International Airport. We do understand that our colleague Renate Rengura is currently on standby at the airport to tell us what the preparations on that end look like before the procession arrives there. Renate, good morning. It's over to you.
Well, thank you so much for crossing over to us. Good morning to you in the studio. Good morning, Namibia. We are coming to you live from the Walvis Bay International Airport, where everybody is on standby awaiting the arrival of the remains of the late Dr. Sam Nujoma. Now, we understand the body is already en route from the Keetmanshoop Stadium, and it will be here soon. As you can see in the background, I'll just step out of shot so that you can see what's happening. As you can see in the background there, we have the military personnel. They are all standing by. The aircraft is also ready to airlift the remains of the late Dr. Sam Nujoma. Now, just to take you through what happened yesterday, we witnessed hundreds of mourners from the Irongo region and the Kunene region as well, specifically also residents of Walvis Bay who flocked to the Kusebun Stadium where the memorial service took place yesterday in the afternoon. Many others who could not make it also participated in this somber event when they stood along the streets of Walvis Bay during the convoy, the motorcade from the airport to the stadium. Now, we also saw that the chief mourner was represented by the veteran of the liberation struggle, Ben Amadila, who actually described the support from the residents in Irongo as well as the Kunene region as very impressive. He narrated in his tribute the bitter fight that Nujoma and many others endured just to get back Walvis Bay from the then colonial regime of South Africa. He also described Nujoma as a strategist, and his relations basically with South Africa's political party ANC ensured that Namibia won back the harbour town of Walvis Bay without firing any bullets. The veteran, Ben Amadila, also stressed that Walvis Bay was basically a major bone of contention during the struggle, and it pained the late Dr. Sam Nujoma that it could not be freed like the rest of Namibia in 1990. Of course, we know that Walvis Bay was reintegrated into the rest of the country in 1994. And we also saw yesterday that the family was being represented by one of the grandchildren, Miss Winnie Makupuki, who is actually a resident of the Irongo region. She stays in Swakopmund. She encouraged the youth, the young people of Namibia, to pull up their socks and fight for the economic emancipation with their minds and the skills if they want to honor the late Dr. Sam Nujoma. Yesterday at the memorial service, we also saw other speakers, which included former Arandes Mayor, Risto Kapenda. He was representing the planned fighters at the harbour town. He called them all out, and we saw them at the field. They were singing songs and also gave a tribute to the late Dr. Sam Nujoma. We also saw former ambassador and former governor of the Irongo region, Mr. Samuel Nujoma, as well as SWAPO coordinator Daniel Muhura, paying their respects, giving their tributes and their speeches at the memorial service. Yesterday, we also had the Irongo governor who addressed the residents and said that Nujoma was basically not just a leader, but a citizen. He wasn't a stranger to the Irongo region. He found silence and beauty in Namibia's coastline. We are still here bringing you images live from the Walvis Bay Airport, where everybody is standing by. The personnel, as you can see in the background, are all waiting for the arrival of the remains of the late Dr. Sam Nujoma. We will also be bringing you an interview with the Irongo region governor just to, give his closing remarks and tell us how everything was for him, how he observed yesterday's proceedings.
Thank you so much, Renate. As we have seen there in the visuals, the procession has begun and the body of the late founding president is being escorted, that is, to the Walvis Bay International Airport. What is interesting to note, though, is also that looking at the scenes from the Walvis Bay International Airport is that we don't have the usual military personnel that wear the camouflage uniform. This time around, they are clad in blue uniform with white hats. That's because these are the Namibian Navy. Now, the Namibian Navy plays a crucial role in safeguarding Namibia's maritime interests, ensuring security along its coastline along the Atlantic Ocean. And they are also part of the Namibia Defence Force's Now, some of their key responsibilities are to ensure maritime security and sovereignty, economic protection, search and rescue operations, international cooperation, environmental protection, and training and capacity building that is within the maritime, that is the Atlantic Ocean, Namibia's waters. Now, that is the Namibian Navy's headquarters are there in Walfish Bay. That's why it is befitting for them to be leading within this procession and seeing off the body of the late founding president. The procession is currently on our screens as it is passing through those streets within Walfish Bay. School kids are standing, members of the public are really standing and taking in these last emotional moments as the remains of the late founding president leaves Walfish Bay for the last time. We do know that the first times that he stepped ground in Walfish Bay was when he was 17. Let's just take in those moments as we see them waving their flags, waving their hands.
Johnny.
what an emotional send-off there as the remains of the late founding president are being escorted to the Walvis Bay International Airport, where they will be flown to Kharas Region, Keetmanshoop to be specific, for the 7th and final regional memorial service. I'm now joined by Solomon Josephat Wetboy, who is a former Namibian High Commissioner to Zambia, to talk to us and reflect on the life of the late founding president. Ambassador, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Ambassador, looking at those visuals that we just saw as the remains are being escorted in Walvis Bay, what do you make of it? What's going through your mind?
One can see that the Namibian nation is hurt. Namibian nation is in mourning, and they are demonstrating their love and their what they got from the founding father during the tenure of his presidency. Yeah, and what type of caliber person he was. Yeah, and so one can see that they not only in Walvis Bay but all over in Namibia, that the nation is in mourning. They are grieved. Yeah.
Let's talk about the role that you have served in Namibia. You were a High Commissioner to Zambia, from the period of 2007 to 2013. This is after his retirement, but I'm sure you have experienced him as a leader, even though you didn't serve during his tenure. What were your perceptions of his leadership style during that time when you were a diplomat?
Yeah, I can see that each and every leader is just coming in, and then he is taking up the mantle from where his or her predecessor has left off. And one could see that the former president, Bohamba, has also been doing that, he was taking up the mantle from where the founding president has left off. We could see that the founding president was also a person who would like to see that the Namibia, whole of Namibia, should be unified. Yeah, and that there should be peace and tranquility prevail throughout the country. Yeah, and that although he had a very difficult task of bringing together the nation, and immediately after the attainment of independence of Namibia, yeah, because that time there were warring people in various capacities, militarily. Then you could see the police officers, and you could also find those other cadets that were in the country. But the founding father, he did it very graciously, and then brought all these people together. Yeah, and we could also see that he time and again reminded the nation that the independence that we got was not got on a silver platter, but with the sacrifices, yeah, of the people.
You also play a very significant role within the traditional authority in the Kharas region. Please talk to us about that role.
Yeah, before I became now the traditional leader, during the tenure of my uncle, late Dr. Hendrik Witbooi, I have been an advisor to some of the councillors, the traditional councillors, and I have also been someone who has been all along along my captain and rugby boy. Yeah. And I could see how the traditional affairs were dealt with. Yeah. And during that time, it was very difficult. Yeah, because that was now prior to the attainment of independence. Yes. And he had to also face the wrath of the colonial masters. Yeah, but besides that, because he was resolute, yeah, in what he was doing. Yeah, so I could follow in his footsteps. Yes, and also see that the nation could be unified. Yes, and we could also come on board, yeah, in supporting of the liberation struggle, yeah, and especially after the Southerners, under the leadership of my uncle, late Dr. Robert Boy, joined SWAPO.
So would you say that the late founding president had a sound relationship with the traditional authorities in his quest to, of course, preserve our cultural identity as Namibians?
Yes, yes, of course, yeah, because founding father, he believed in the issue that before all the administrations, whether it is a German or whether it is British or whether it is South African, came into existence, but there were already traditional authorities, traditional leaders who had been leading this nation, dating back to 1700s, 1800s, and so on. Yeah, so that is why he made it a point that the traditional leadership should be there, and that they should also be guaranteed a place in the administration of the country. Yeah, and we could see that even in the supreme law of the country, there is provision made, yeah, that the traditional leaders should also be there.
When we look at the region where you are from, the Hardap region, which by the way is part of the regions being catered for today for the 7th Regional Memorial Service, even though it's happening in the Kharas region, it is expected that those finding themselves within the Hardap region are in closer proximity to that region to be able to travel and be part of the ceremony. But looking at the period that the late founding president was leading the country, how would you say his participation was for Lutherans in terms of development and reconciliation?
Yeah, we should say the founding father, because he was a foresighted leader. Yeah, and by the time when Namibia became independent, Lutherans and with its harbor was just, one can say that it was not taken as a kind of a significant harbor or a town. Yeah, because during the independence of Namibia, we had only Walvis Bay and also as a harbor. Yeah, but because South Africa was still clinging to Walvis Bay and didn't want to get rid of, so now the founding father thought it wise that the harbor of Lutherans should be developed. Yeah, and also the rail to Lutherans, and time and again because of the weather, the rail line is also covered by sand dunes, and it was also difficult for the trains to travel down south. Yeah, but the founding father made it a point that the rail should also be revamped. Yeah, so that there should be a regular flow of traffic and transport to Lutherits. Yeah, and also that the produce that sometimes or even the minerals, yeah, that sometimes take it days for the transportation by road, and because then few trucks had then to transport those maybe the minerals. But when we are using the rail, then it would be very much easy, yeah, to transport a lot of cargo, yeah, by rail. And that is why the founding father was very much busy on the issue of the rail line to Lutherits, and also the development of the Lutherits harbour itself.
Yeah.
And we can proudly say today that it is there, and it has also been deepened. Yeah, likewise, that was also done with the Walvis Bay harbour.
You have served both in diplomatic and traditional leadership capacities. When you look at the leadership qualities of the late founding president, which would you say should be emulated or imitated by the leaders of today and those of tomorrow?
Yeah. I should say that the leaders of today should emulate the frankliness of our founding father, the determination he had, yeah, and the courage that he had, yes, and that despite a lot of hurdles within the way to the attainment of independence, not only in Namibia, but when he was abroad. Yeah, but that did not deter him. Yeah, so he was determined to see one day a liberated Namibia. Yeah, and the founding father, he was not working alone, but there were also some other leaders and figures that have been working together with him,
yes,
within this long route to independence. Yeah, but one thing that I could also mention here, that he was a humble man. Yeah, and he was someone who liked to include all the nations, all the people from different spheres, yeah, whether it is on the diplomatic, whether it is on the traditional, whether it is on the cultural, business, yeah, and also spiritual. Yeah, so I would like to see that the leaders of today should emulate those what the founding father has been doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As we conclude, from a personal note, if you could share one lasting memory, a key moment or a piece of wisdom of Dr. Nujoma's that resonates with you, what would it be? What is that lasting impact that he has left with you?
Yeah, my sister, when the country became independent, and before that, even the communities back home, because of the many atrocities that have been inflicted on them, Yeah, and also those warring sectors like the plan fighters, like the Swati F. Kufut, and also the other entities. Now, this way, people who did not know one another, yeah, but the enmity, yeah, that was there within the people, and then only the wisdom from God that the founding father could manage to bring all these people together, and that was through the national reconciliation policy that he had then put in place. Yeah, and that is one thing that I really appreciate. And if it was not for that, then I don't know where Namibia could have ended. Yeah, and at the end of the day, we could see that these people are coming together, these people are living together, these people are in one Namibia Defense Force in Nambo, and also some of the others that have been taken up in the civil service and so on. Yeah, so that is one thing that we can say, that amidst those difficulties that founding father has brought in place. And then the other one is that he was also very much worried about the Namibian youth. Yeah, and he time and again told them that they should go attend right from the preschool up to the tertiary level. Yeah, so that we should have then an educated community. Yeah, and that is what he did before the independence of the country, that he sent out people to various countries, and the people who were trained for the new Namibia that is to come. And when the country became independent, we did not hire people from outside or from somewhere. Yeah, so these are some of the good things that I can mention about our late founding president, and I would really love to see that we should treasure, and we should also try to build on his legacy that he has left for us, and that Namibia should not die with the founding father, Dr. Sam Nujoma. Yeah, but when the soldier who had been having the torch in his hand has come to rest, then the next person should then take up the mantle, take up the torch, and then we should then proceed. Yeah.
Carry on from there.
Carry on from there, yes.
Thank you so much for being here, Captain.
Okay, thank you. It was a pleasure for me to be here, madam. Yes.
Well, that was a conversation with Solomon Josephat Void Vetboy, who is a former Namibian High Commissioner to Zambia, and also the traditional leader of Khovisi. Yes, thank you so much for that correction, Captain. Well, as we see on our screens, the remains of the founding president, Dr. Sam Shafi Shuna Nujoma, are being escorted, that is, to the Walfish Bay International Airport. Also seeing unique landscapes there. I think every region has had its unique offerings in terms of the people there and the tapestry. And what we're seeing there is that it's mostly desert. Of course, that is what the west of the country looks like. It is desert and sea. Let's take in those moments.
Well, we are still here at the Walvis Bay International Airport, where we are eagerly waiting the arrival of the remains of the late Dr. Sam Nujoma, which will then be airlifted to Keetmanshoop. But joining me here is the Honorable Governor of the Erongo Region, Neville Andre, just to talk about the events that are
Yeah, first I think it was a sad moment to receive the body at the airport because the reality kicked in that indeed the body is here, and we have seen that the founding president is no more. So for us really to see the body or the casket disembarking from the aircraft yesterday was quite a sad moment, and I think from the airport itself, in terms of the logistics, it went quite smooth. I was very much happy with the residents of Walvis Bay during the viewing or the observation of the procession from the airport through to town and also to the stadium. We could see really a lot of people eagerly waiting for the body to view the procession. And we could also see kids and young people came out in numbers, and that to me really was quite a touching moment to see the laugh that they have for the founding president. And you also see that some of them were really emotional to see the body. And then when we started with, of course, the program at the stadium yesterday, which was about the planned program, it went quite smooth. The kids, the young people came in numbers, and to just listen to the history. And that is also one thing that in the program that we have seen, we have really learned a lot about the importance of Walvis Bay in the whole country, and the importance why Sam Nujoma had to Walvis Bay itself and the region itself. Those are really some of the the lessons that we have learned in yesterday's program. I also want to really therefore thank the residents of Walvis and the Erongo region at large for coming in numbers. The program went very smooth, and I think people really learned a lot also in being part of that program. Also what I really am happy to see is that the number of people, because I was at the stadium until about early hours this morning, and people came from different towns of the region. They traveled just to come and view the body. And upon even now, before 7 o'clock, before the body was actually, the casket was being closed to be transported this side, you could still see people coming to pay their last respect, and it's young people. This really shows that the love of our founding president and the love of our people to the founding president. And we just want to say really thank you to the central government for allowing Erongo region to be part of those regions that have been selected to where we can have the body, to view the body, and also to pay our last respect. I think for us as the region, we were given an opportunity to sort of be to mourn and to really deal with the death of our founding president, and it really gives us that opportunity, and we're just grateful for that.
Yesterday, there were various messages. You were one of the people that delivered a message of condolences, a tribute to the late Dr. Sam Nujoma. We also had the veteran, former liberation veteran, Ben Amadila, representing the chief mourner, who was describing the late Dr. Sam Nujoma as a strategist. And it is because of his relations with the ANC of South Africa that Namibia was able to get back Walvis Bay into the rest of the country. What stood out for you when it came to the tributes?
I think what stood out for me, like I said, is the history that was shared with the people, because all those tributes, they were telling the story of how Nujoma really contributed to Namibia, and also what he did. And what is also important is his contribution. You heard from the veterans, you heard from Ambassador Nujoma, how he contributed, and also how steadfast he was in terms of bringing Namibia, in terms of the developmental stages and the agenda, to ensure that we are really given that opportunity as a country. And it is because of him that we have been told that reintegration was possible. If Walvis Bay was not reintegrated, Namibia would have been a landlocked country. And these are some of the things that we have learned, that we have heard. So we've really learned a lot in terms of the tributes. And I think from now on, we know we have a lot of legacy that we need to follow in terms of the contribution of Sam Nujoma in this country and in this region. And we're very happy for that.
Thank you so much, Governor. As you can see, this movement, the convoy has arrived at the Walvis Bay International Airport. We will just be giving you now those visuals, those live visuals. We can see the remains, which is on the gun carriage, and it is approaching the aircraft. Thank you so much, Governor. The remains of the late Dr. Sam Nujoma have just arrived at the Walvis Bay International Airport, where everybody has been eagerly waiting for this moment to bid him a goodbye and also escort him to the next destination, which is in Keetmanshoop, where a memorial service is due to take place later today. We can also see the arrival of some of the family members, as well as the leadership of the Rongo region. The chief mourner, former liberation veteran Ben Amadila is also here, among us. The gun carriage is slowly approaching. It's on its way, slowly approaching the aircraft. Everybody is on standby. Well, Dr. Sam Nujoma's legacy here at Walvis Bay is a symbol of independence and progress. We heard yesterday how the speakers were paying tribute to the late founding president for his contribution to the reintegration of Walvis Bay in 1994 with the rest of Namibia. It has been described as an intense responsibility and an honor for the residents of the Rongo region and Kunene just to hold a memorial service and further have this opportunity to bid a final goodbye to this icon in the name of Dr. Sam Nujoma. Of course, the late founding father was very instrumental in the reintegration of Walvis Bay with the rest of Namibia. But beyond his political achievements, he also had an economic vision for Walvis Bay, and this has helped to transform Walvis Bay into what it is today, a lively economic hub of Namibia. During his administration, he also promoted investments into the port infrastructure and various infrastructure, which has positioned Walvis Bay into a key player when it comes to regional trade in Southern Africa. What you see on your screen are live visuals from the Walvis Bay International Airport. That is the body or the remains of the late Dr. Sam Nujoma. The military is ready to escort him to his next destination at Keetmanshoop. They are standing by just to airlift the remains to the south. It is indeed a very somber moment right here, but it is also an intense responsibility as well as an honor for the residents of the Irongo region to be able to hold this event and bid farewell to the late Dr. Sam Nujoma. The military officers are slowly approaching the aircraft. those are the remains of the late Dr. Sem loaded on the constellation. The Rongo leadership, yes, on the side, paying their last respect. Numbers, just to bid farewell to the icon of the liberation struggle, that is Dr. Sem Nujoma. Well, as we bid farewell to the late Dr. Sem Nujoma, I have my colleague, Mr. Alistair Baron from the Heart Club radio station, just to talk to us about how it was for him covering this somber story.
Yes, thank you, Renata. As we are standing here, it's already such an emotional day for us, and yesterday was one of those days also sorry, where we experienced the historic day, and one of the highlights for me was the town itself and the people of the town that really came out in numbers, and they stood along during the procession along the roads, everybody waving, all the kids in uniform singing the national anthem, singing songs of Dr. Sam Nujoma. So that was really profound moment for me. I think By is one of the towns of Namibia that can really say that we are a hub in a lot of ways. And I think that the president would have been very proud to see this moment where everybody stood in unity and everybody just came together as Namibians. And I was really proud to be part of that moment.
Indeed, Alisa, indeed. Well, everybody is quite emotional. But they have
Well, very good morning, Namibia. Very good morning to all our viewers. You're finding yourselves in the Kharas Region, specifically at the J. Stephanus Stadium, where the 7th memorial service that is remembering and also just honoring the founding president of Namibia, that is Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, will be taking place. We just saw on our screens earlier on that the casket has been loaded on the aircraft and will be making its way shortly to the Keetmanshoop Airport, and all the way, following a whole procession and all the way up until the J. Stephanus Stadium, where the memorial service will be taking place as we continue to honor the legacy of a revolutionary leader. We're now joined by the governor of the Kharas Region, that is Aletta Fredericks, just to give us an update on how the preparations have been going this side. Honorable Governor, a very good morning and thank you so much for joining us.
A very good morning and thank you for having me here. Good morning to the Namibians, but in particular to the residents of Hartog and Kharas. As you know that this regional memorial service is clustered, so the two regions will host the memorial service to honor the legacy of our late founding president.
All right. How would you say the preparations are going so far? Is the region ready to receive the president?
Yes, of course, you can see that we have prepared the stadium already, and we are ready and excited to receive the remains of our late founding president, the first president of the Republic of Namibia. Yeah. Of course, just also to, as the other regions has done, to honor his legacy, celebrate a life well lived, because we believe 95 years, it's not 95 days. Yeah. It was not also easy, but because of his resilience, he stood firm that we are today in an independent Namibia.
Yes. How best do you think we can honor the legacy of the late founding president, specifically here in the Kharas region?
What stood out throughout the tributes that were shared by different Namibians at different localities. He was a person that advocates for unity. Yeah. That's number one. After independence, the first thing that happens was reconciliation. And if we really want to honor the legacy of our first president, the father of the Namibian nation, it's very important that we unite as Namibians, regardless of our skin color, the language we speak, the ethnic group we belong. Because pre-independence, as Southwest Africa, we were divided in ethnic groups, confined in our own spaces. That's why we had administrations for Namasakis, that means for Nama people, administration of Coloureds. So we were actually divided by the previous regime. But when he came and gained the independence, that was the first thing he did, to unite Namibians, because that's the only way we would be able to build a Namibian house where everybody feels that they are part of this country.
All right. Now, what does this mean for the Kharas region, also seeing that it is one of the hosts of the memorial services that will be taking place?
Yeah, we need to unite. And I also want to quote our late president, Dr. Hage Geingob. We must pull in the same direction. Socio-economic development can never happen where people are divided. Development can only happen when people are united and pulling in the same direction. That does not actually restrict anybody that has concerns to raise, but it should be a constructive dialogue that we need to have to make sure that after we have disagreed, at the end of the day we agree and we're moving forward. The struggle for independence was already done by our late founding president and others that has joined him in the fight. And of course I believe it was because solely of unity that they have achieved that goal. And now for us, we have to fight for economic emancipation. That's very important.
All right. Ted, can you just walk us through today's program of the memorial service, Governor?
Yeah, we will have the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Works and Transport, Honorable John Mutora. He will speak on behalf of government. He is actually here in the capacity to represent the Chief Mona, who is the President of the Republic, Dr. Nankolo Bumba. We'll also have members from the family. There will be a tribute from the family. I must also inform the public that my predecessor, the former governor, also is fortunate that she is identified by the family themselves to give through the eulogy of our late founding president. We also have the traditional chief that we have in the region. The chairperson of the regional council will also pay tribute to our late founding president. And of course, because we are co-hosting this event with the Hardap region, the governor of Hardap region is also expected to do the vote of thanks after the host governor will do the welcoming remarks.
All right. We just got an announcement that there are a few changes that are set to take place. Governor, can you just talk to us about some of those changes?
Yeah, the changes is actually the time the remains will arrive at the Keetmanshoop airport. Previously, as you can see also on the program, the memorial service is actually scheduled to start at 2 o'clock. Of course, we have observed in Grootfontein in the Nujoma region, as well as yesterday in the Arongo region, that the remains has came or landed 2 hours earlier before the scheduled time. So we are anticipating to receive the remains of our late founding president, as informed by NTF that it will arrive here at the airport around 10 o'clock. Therefore, I'm urging the residents to already, as from now, make their way to the stadium. Yes.
All right. The remains are still at the Walvis Bay International Airport and will be making their way here at the Keetmanshoop Airport. Kindly just walk us through the procession route that will be taking place here in the region.
Okay. After we receive the remains at the airport, then we will have a street procession. There is a route that is identified collectively with NTF and my office. So after the remains landed and everything that needs to happen is concluded at the airport, we will drive from the airport towards the town of Keetmanshoop, where the remains or the procession rather will on our left. Those that know Keetmanshoop know where is the Catholic Centrum in town. There we will turn into the Hampi Plichta Street. That will take us through up to the four-way, where we find a telecom building on our left side, and across the road we will find the municipality building. So there we will turn on our right, approaching the magistrate office, and of course that will join the same Nujoma Avenue. Then we will drive down up to the Ombudsman office. I need to mention these buildings for people to see, okay, this is what the governor meant when she was giving through the route, how the procession will take place. So at the Ombudsman offices, then the procession will turn on their right. That is, of course, in the Bernardo Swarboy Avenue. That will take us through under the bridge to the four-way where we have the robots. Actually, we say the Woermanbroek robots, of course, and that will immediately take us on our right into the Dr. Andreas Beaver Avenue. That will take us down. We also have a business place in that street. We will pass the SWAPO party office, drive down until we find the four-way where the procession will on the left turn into the Tape Avenue. That will take us through past Vieka Rover Hall down to the Universal Church. At the Universal Church four-way, of course, we are turning on our right. That will take us into the Leibert Street. That is approaching the J. Stefana Stadium, where the memorial service will take place.
All right. What is your message to all the community members, perhaps those that will also be traveling from different constituencies as they come and attend the memorial service?
My message is that, yes, when the procession starts, of course, we have already also announced the time change in the radios. So as we have previously informed and encouraged our residents, is that let's line up to pay our respect and honor to the late founding president along the roads that I just have alluded now before. Of course, we will also be joined by learners that will be there with the Namibian flags, waving, singing to our late founding president, just to honor his legacy. So those that we have sent out transport, which is probably not enough, but we are encouraging those that has the means to travel by themselves, also to not travel alone, but make sure he assists his fellow Namibian citizen to come on time, and then for us to start with the memorial service. I think the remains should reach the J. Stephanus Stadium, while the residence is already taking up position, just in waiting, yes, for the memorial service to start.
All right. Well, Governor Fredericks, thank you so much for talking to us this morning.
No, thank you so much for having me.
All right. Aletha Fredericks, who is the governor of the Kharas Region, joining us, talking to us, and just giving us an update there on the memorial service that will be taking place. This is the 7th venue, and after Keetmanshoop, the body is expected to lie in state overnight and make its way to Windhoek tomorrow. Well, let's head over to Walvis Bay so we just take a look as to what is happening that side. We begin to bring you more conversations from Keetmanshoop in the heart of the Kharas region. And now we are joined by Vincent Koraseb, who is an ex-plan combatant and who equally talked to us about the late founding president, that is Dr. Sam Nujoma, and also just reflect on his life and legacy. Mr. Koraseb, a very good morning and thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning and thank you for having me.
All right. What does holding the memorial service in the Kharas region mean for you, seeing that you are an ex-plan combatant?
Indeed, it is something very good. It is an honor to have that privilege, because I know of many Namibian sons and daughters who would love to have that honor, which unfortunately did not make it. So I think it is something very good. We appreciate the fact that he could come to Keetmanshoop and we could have this opportunity to pay the respect.
All right. Can you just talk to us about some of your personal moments or perhaps reflections that you have of the late founding president, Dr. Seb Nujoma, perhaps from a personal perspective or just from his leadership style?
Okay. First of all, I would say that his impact that he had on me it started actually from whilst I was still in school, because we could hear already then that he went out to prepare for Namibia to be independent. And my first meeting with him was in Lubango, Angola, at Henyoko, when we had a parade as new entrants that joined the struggle in exile.
Yeah.
We were prepared for his coming, and on that day I could still recall vividly how fired up he was when he addressed us. The things that I remember from what he was saying on that day is that it is upon us, Namibian sons and daughters, to free Namibia. Nobody else will free Namibia for us. And having joined the struggle recently, he was reminding us that you can recall what brutalities are taking place in Namibia, how brutal the regime is, and how hard they are trying to win the hearts and minds of Namibians so that we cannot stand up for our rights and for our freedom. Now that you have joined us here in Angola, you should know that it is not going to be easy, but it is a battle that we are going to win. He was so sure, and that's one thing that I admired of him. Whenever he addresses us, he will always remind us that it is possible to get Namibia free, despite of the fact that, you know, so many challenges that we had then.
How can Namibia just ensure that Dr. Nujoma's legacy continues, you know, to be put out there, specifically in the history books, so just be remembered, you know, by the future youth, or perhaps the children right now?
We should not allow the legacy of our commander-in-chief to fade away.
Yeah.
That will be a very, very great loss to the generations to come. I would say some of the things that need to be done is that, you know, at schools, in the curriculums, it must be included. Also, maybe we must innovate and find ways in which we can really preserve his legacy, because it is a legacy that you cannot overlook.
Yeah.
He was a disciplined person. He was exemplary. He was a leader that you really wanted to do some extra in order to satisfy him. That he was that kind of a leader, somebody that was really out also to look out for the whole nation. And we cannot afford. In fact, I would say Namibia was blessed to have our commander-in-chief as a leader, because he was there at the right time, and he did all the right moves for us to be free today. And for that, we cannot afford. Luckily, his impact also transcended borders and continents, I would say.
Yeah.
He is a well-known figure in the world, a person that stood up, and that is a legacy we cannot really compromise and allow to fade away.
Yeah. What is your message of condolences to the Nujoma and Kondobola family?
I would say we were really privileged to be sharing somebody of the caliber of our commander-in-chief, Comrade Sam Savishona Nujoma. And my message to the family, the Nujoma family and the Kondobola family, is that your loss is not your loss alone. It is our loss. We have also lost. Namibia has lost, and Africa has lost a revolutionary kind. Somebody that we can say come from an humble background and make so much impact on us all. For us, his legacy will live on. And we appreciate the fact that we could really share his wisdom and his teachings and his examples that he left with us with them.
Right.
So their loss is not a loss for them alone, but the nation is mourning with them.
Definitely. Well, Mr. Kharas, thank you so much for joining us on Good Morning Namibia this morning.
Thank you.
All right. Vincent Kharas, who is a former ex-plan combatant, joining us, talking to us about the legacy of the founding president. Just to give you an update, the remains are still at the Walvis Bay International Airport. They are expected, to take off any minute now and make their way here in the Kharas region at the Keetmanshoop Airport, where the procession will continue and the memorial service will be held here at the J. Stephanus Stadium. Well, we'll continue to bring you an update. Do not forget to keep an eye out on our social media platforms. That is NBC Digital News on X, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. And we are also coming to you live on the NBC Digital platform on YouTube. So you can always head there and keep yourself updated with the memorial services that are taking place. The body is expected to lie in state. That is tonight after the memorial service. So everybody is more than welcome to come and pay their final respects to the founding president. Well, that is all we have for you this morning, but we will be back shortly when the body arrives, as we bring you the remains, arrive here in Keetmanshoop, as we bring you the live updates in the Kharas region. Until then, it's over to you guys.
Thank you so much, Ndapewa. Now she's coming to us all the way from the stadium there in Keetmanshoop.
Yes, that's the J. Stephanus Stadium, where the 7th Regional Memorial is expected to take place. We do know that Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Works and Transport, that is John Mutora, is expected to deliver the key tribute as a representative of the chief monarch. The governor of the Kharas region, Aletta Fredericks, also they're giving an update that everything seems to be in order. And we anticipate to receive the remains as early as 10 o'clock or past 10. And then the anticipation is also that what we are receiving is that the Regional Council has also anticipated to make changes in terms of the program, and that we might see the program starting as early as 11:30.
Yes, that's correct, Lot. Now, also looking at some of the tribute messages that will be shared during today's memorial service, there will be a message on behalf of the veterans in Kharas region by Blasius Stephanus. Now, he is the Veterans Association Regional Coordinator. There also will be a message delivered on behalf of the family by, that is, Mati Asino. Now, a message by the Chief Johannes Isak of the Kaikawa Traditional Authority will be delivered at today's memorial service as well. And that is Joseph Isak, who's the chairperson of the Kharas Regional Council, will also be speaking, or is expected to speak at today's memorial service. The Namibia Defence Force Military Band will be responsible for today's entertainment at the memorial service, and the message of the SWAPO party will be delivered by Matthew Mumbala, who is the SWAPO party regional party coordinator for that region, which is the Kharas region. And there also will be, of course, that message delivered by the representative of the chief mourner, that is John Mutora. And this vote of thanks will be delivered by Solomon April, the governor of the Hartap region. This is, of course, because the memorial service that is being held in the Kharas region is also expected to cater to the residents of the Hartap region. The ceremony will be officiated by Salman Jacobs as well as Councillor Godensia Kruene.
Indeed, an interesting combination. One governor does the welcoming and the other one does a vote of thanks. The power of combination and partnerships. So some of the attributes that we're saying that the founding father possesses, the fact that he was able to unite people and bring people together. And this is a clear testimony and indication of the two regions working together to ensure that the 7th Regional Memorial will indeed go well.
And after the memorial service has concluded, the body will lie in state so that the residents of that region and the mourners that will travel there are able to pay their last respects and view the body of the late founding president for the very last time.
Indeed, once that is completed tomorrow, we anticipate the arrival of the remains here in the nation's capital, where, of course, a silent guard, as we see that the quarter guard was done at various airports, in different terms of the regional memorials. However, here we're informed by the colonel is that a silent guard will be performed because His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Bumba is expected to receive the remains once they arrive back in Windhoek, as the military chief monarch was given permission to take them to the region, and we anticipate that the president will again receive them at the Hosea Kutako International Airport once they arrive in Windhoek.
Yes, and when the remains arrive in Windhoek, a military procession will, of course, also take place, where the remains will be escorted to Parliament Gardens, where they are expected to lie in state. Now, this is ahead of the memorial service that is expected to take place in Windhoek on Friday.
Indeed, so much more, and we'll continue to bring you these live updates with our various colleagues that are in the region. However, it's also signaling that it is also time for us to say goodbye. However, we do understand that Lukman Klute is at the airport, but however, he will be engaging. He will be engaging Denver Kissing, who will be taking over from us, and to ensure that the updates continue and furnish you with all that information to ensure that you don't miss out on anything.
Yes, and the aircraft is still at the tarmac at the Walvis Bay International Airport. It has not left yet, but we will continue giving you an update from the airport to just show you exactly what that process will look like when the aircraft will leave, that is headed to the Kharas Region, Keetmanshoop Airport for the 7th Regional Memorial Service. That concludes our production for these 3 hours. We will be back again live on your screens tomorrow morning from 6 to 9. So from myself, Ilago Shitatala,
Lord Nabanomata and the entire team in Studio 2, we say goodbye. However, Denver is on standby to continue with you.
Enjoy your further viewing on NBC.
The Namibian Broadcasting Corporation, NBC, digital, television, and radio platforms brings you comprehensive coverage on all proceedings and special live broadcasts following the passing of founding president and father of the Namibian nation, Dr. Sam Nujoma. We remain committed to bringing you around-the-clock updates of all proceedings and programming on the life and times of our fallen hero until the burial, as the nation mourns the loss of an iconic and historic figure. May his legacy live on forever. NBC, it's ours.
My name is Kanyanga Paul Esmao. I'm a 31-year-old self-taught visual artist. And I'm the owner of this drawing behind me, which I did just after I heard that the founding father is no more. I did this drawing as a tribute to the nation and to the family and also to myself. The impact that he did on the nation is a lot to explain. We are free today because of him. And as I was growing up, he was my inspirator. Mostly we used to like the beards, and he's the president. So it's the first president that I saw. Yes, even though I was born after the nation was liberated. But yeah, history tells, and our parents also used to tell a lot about him. To the family, all I can say is my condolences, and we are also the families. Yeah, it's our father, so we also feel their pain as they are also feeling.
Tangi esiwe tu Kalistu Ramos Alvaro Mkaroli, a PR and marketing specialist and also founder of MTC Windhoek Fashion Week and Alvaro Media Group. The one that's close to where I had an encounter with the founding father was at an event at UNAM, whereby he came to speak. And we had an opportunity to engage him and just to have a talk.
Good morning to you and yours, Namibia. My name is Denver Kisting. It's such an honor. It's such an immense privilege to be in your company. It is Wednesday, the 26th day of February 2025, and the 7th Regional Memorial Service is scheduled to take place at Keetmanshoop in the Kharas Region later today. We know that that region has been clustered with the Hardap region for the community of the South to get an opportunity to pay their last respects, to say goodbye to the founding president and father of the Namibian nation, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, who passed away at the age of 95 in a Windhoek hospital on Saturday, that is the 8th of February 2025. This coming Saturday, the first day of March, he will be laid to rest at the Heroes Acre on the outskirts of the Namibian capital. We also like to thank colleagues Elago Shitatala as well as Rotunda Monomata for holding the fort between 6 and 9 this morning. We will be crossing over intermittently to colleague Lukman Kluter, who is at the Keetmanshoop Airport, where the remains are expected to arrive later this morning. We'll also cross over to Ndapewa Mbambi. She's at the stadium in Keetmanshoop. We understand that the remains will leave the Walvis Bay International Airport soon. Our colleague Renata Rengura is also on standby to talk to us about that development and also how the 6th session has been unfolding at the Namibian coast. And during the course of our broadcast this morning, we'll also be engaging retired politician Reverend Francis Cooper to speak to us about the insights around Dr. Nujoma's spiritual and religious life. We do know part of his responsibility, his role as a unifier included staying in touch with traditional authorities, maintaining close relationships with clergymen and women, to ensure that those who also play a very important role regarding traditional authorities, regarding the spiritual and religious well-being of Namibians, are part and parcel of Project Namibia. Now, during the course of the morning, we'll also touch base with a representative from the Cholia Traditional Authority, that's Johannes Vleermeis, to talk to us about personal experiences that he had with the late founding president and father of the Namibian nation, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. For now, we cross over to our colleagues at the Walvis Bay International Airport, Renata Rengura. We'll also be joined shortly, in fact, by Colonel Petrus Shilumbu from the Namibian Defence Force to keep us up to date and bring us up to speed with the route that the procession will take once it lands in Keetmanshoop before it arrives at the stadium for the memorial service that will be scheduled for later today. We know that today the chief mourner, that's President Nangolo Mbumba, will be represented by the Deputy Prime Minister, who's also the Minister of Works and Transport, John Mutorba. Keep it locked here on your home channel.
now come to the end of the live coverage of the proceedings at Walvis Bay at International Airport. We now hand you over to our team in Kharas Region that are standing by just to cover the memorial services that will be taking place there. I'm Renata Rengura, and that's it from us and the rest of this team.
Thank you so much, Renata and team, for doing the things that needed doing as far as the Orongo region is concerned. We saw very solemn, very sacred, very respectful scenes, very dignified moments in the Orongo region yesterday. Now, I understand at 6 o'clock today, the SWAPO party will host a candlelight vigil for the late founding president. That is at 6 o'clock today, 26 February 2025, at its headquarters. And between 4 o'clock this afternoon and 8 o'clock, a musical tribute concert will be hosted at Independence Arena. It'll be for free, and members of the public are more than welcome to attend this. Also, as we pay homage to the life and legacy of Namibia's founding president. Now, we promised you earlier that we will be engaging someone who's become a regular feature over the past week or so, Colonel Petrus Shilumbu from the Namibian Defence Force, to bring us up to speed with the journey that the remains will now undertake between Walvis Bay International Airport and Keetmanshoop Airport, as well as to outline the route for us that they will embark upon in Keetmanshoop, and also speak to us about what unfolded in the Namibian capital yesterday. Good morning, Colonel, and thank you so much for once again making time for us.
Good morning, Denver, and good morning, Namibia.
Colonel, yesterday was a very busy day for you and members of the security cluster. Could you please, in broad strokes, walk us through what unfolded here?
Yes, yesterday we had a full-scale rehearsal in the capital, where we are preparing to receive the casket tomorrow, and that's why it was necessary for us to conduct the rehearsal. It was also important for us to identify those gaps that need to be filled in, and also to let all our troops and everybody who's involved in the procession tomorrow to know what is expected from them and what task are they supposed to carry out. And that's why you have seen yesterday that the traffic came to stop at certain roads, intersections. It's because of the procession rehearsal that took place yesterday. We started around 8:30. That was at Osea Kutako International Airport on a B6 route. That is a route now leading from Windhoek to Gobabas. We came with that route in up to Nujoma Drive, and then we proceeded with Nujoma Drive.
Colonel, can we just park the rehearsal for the moment? We'll get back to it in a bit. Our colleague Lukman Klute is ready, we are told.
Okay.
Lukman Klute is on standby at the airport in Keetmanshoop with an update.
We are here at the Keetmanshoop Airport waiting for the arrival of the remains of late founding president and late founding father of the Namibian nation. The body of the late statesman was this morning airlifted from the Walvis Bay International Airport for the memorial service to be held here at Keetmanshoop at the J. Stefano Stadium. Once after the arrival, the body will be transported from the airport, Keetmanshoop Airport, passing through Hampiplichta Street, and then Dr. Nujoma Avenue, and then to Bernardus Swarboy Street, and then Andreas Beaver Street, and the last stretch will be the Cape Avenue before it will be arriving at the J. Stefano Stadium. I'm also joined here by David Gertze, who is a traditional leader and liberation veteran, a product of the Beersheba Private School, which then opposed the Bantu education. Thanks for joining us, Mr. Gertze.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lukman, for this opportunity.
Why is it important for you to come and witness? Why is it important for you to come and witness the arrival of the remains of the founding father this morning?
Thank you very much. It is not by accident that we are here today. We are here to bid farewell to our founding father, who was our beacon of hope and a revolutionary, a freedom fighter par excellence. We are here to, every revolution has got a stage where it starts, but when it comes to the persona of our founding president, it started the very day he came back to Namibia, where we were meeting him at the Hosea Kotago International Airport. That was when we started the journey in Namibia with him. Today, we are going to bid him farewell after a hard and long struggle that he went through together with us. What is the significance? The persona of Comrade Sam Nujoma as the founding president is an issue of significance in his person. He was a liberation fighter, but he was also a revolutionary for all good reasons. Comrade Nujoma, when things went very depressed and hard and so forth, we used to sing, and we were not just chanting, we were saying, Sema Uribeni. That was to call on him as our beacon of hope, to energize us to push the struggle forward, and also to tell him that we have got so much trust. Who is the founding father, for that matter? He is the man that voluntarily and selflessly presented himself to the struggle. He did what was unfashionable that time, to take up arms against a well-toothed South Africa. But that was conviction, that was courage, that was selflessness for the sake of Namibians and for a free and liberated Namibia today. The significance of our presence is to pay homage to such a gallant leader who effortlessly fought against all people of countries and people who didn't want us to be liberated. The founding president for that was our, we were chanting, and not just only chanting, and he was also such an influential person that befits for us to say him, go well, son of the soil. You did well, you did it extraordinary, and we are so happy and proud of having such a son on our soil who went out to liberate us from outside. And when you came back, you still keep on playing that pivotal role of changing the Namibian landscape, making us coming together, joined by even the adversaries that will also be singing praises to you. So that is the significance. So we ought to be here. It's not by chance that we are here. We are compelled by the revolution. We are compelled by what we could achieve with him and many others to make Namibia what it is today. So far that so many people can have at least that freedom to also criticize him for whatever he has done wrong. Let me say, the revolutionary Sam Nujoma that we knew was not a saint, but he had a vision that will bring about a free Namibia in which all of us must live together and brothers or sisters, something which was not given to us by the colonial masters. I must admit, he did not go out and try and bring us liberation and freedom on a silver plate. It was a tough war. It was a war which was steep and brutal. But he sustained his energy. He sustained his conviction. Everything. He released himself. Namibia is all for me. Then all of us, we believed in, who was our beacon of hope.
Chief, what will your message be to the younger generation about the contributions of the founding father?
The younger generation, let me put it this way. Our comrade and our president is a history book in itself. And this is the last chapters that we are busy writing together with him in his absence to complete his race on earth. The Namibian youth need to take note and take some leaves from these chapters that is contained in the book that we call Sam Nujoma, the Liberator. What they should remember is when he came back, primary education became free. He went on to say, what is the meaning of reconciliation? Reconciliation is not a cheap political statement. It is a statement of substance, where he was teaching us that with reconciliation we will be able to peacefully develop Namibia. And it is in that peace space that this youth is growing up. We were brought up in a very hostile environment, but with the introduction of the reconciliation policy, we were told that, comrades, the time is gone. Now is the time for rebuilding. So take charge of your own destiny within the framework of the liberation and the freedom and the reconciliation that he was preaching. What can we take? In his budget, he represented himself as also making sure in the budget cuts that were given to education, that was to empower our youth to study and be equipped and skilled for the new life in a new Namibia, where production is important, where development is of essence, so that we can also become worthy participants in the construction, liberation, and development of Namibia. What the youth can take is a very sacred call to them from the past founding father. Take responsibility of this independence. Take responsibility of the future. Take responsibility of the independence of Namibia. Be the drivers of change. Be the ones that will lead Namibia into a new dimension, where we are all going to benefit from the fruits of Namibia by being skilled, by being educated, so that you can be worthy citizens that will take charge of Namibia and make it your own, and ensure that the coming generations will also reap from you, as we also are reaping from the benefits that he stood for and that we brought about in Namibia. This is the message. We need to take charge now if we want to rule tomorrow. And this is the message that we are going through to our, giving through to our youth, to be yourself. He was a relentless, courageous leader with a foresight for a new dawn in Namibia and for a new Namibia which is liberated. These are the lessons that we need to take. Don't wait on other people to come and dictate to us as to who we are. We are defined by the sacrifices of our liberators. We are defined by a new Namibia in a new dimension of development. This is what they should take. And we must not just take it, we must go out and live it out, because it is a legacy that we are inheriting from somebody who passed in. The founding president is a president of significance. He is a man of courage, and these are the lessons that we need to take. Instead of just crying around endlessly and stand up and do our own things and liberate Namibia, ensuring that the future will be put in good hands.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief. We are also joined by the ex-plane fighter, Mrs. Laurencia Stefanas. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us, Mrs. Stefanas.
Thank you very much.
Mrs. Stefanas, please talk to us. What is running through your emotions, waiting for the arrival of the founding president's remains?
For me, it's quite a historical moment. As a Southerner, born and bred in the South, but the sojourns that I had with the late Dr. Nujoma, emanating from the days of exile, what runs currently in my mind is the last time at his repatriation to Namibia in 1989, I had to go and wave farewell to a man at Luanda Airport who was returning home alive. But today, in an independent Namibia, and also on the grounds of my hometown, I'm here full of emotions now to receive the remains of the most humble leader I've ever known. Receiving his remains quite emotionally, his lifeless body, contrary to 1989, where he had to come home alive.
What does the founding president's legacy personally mean to you?
Dr. Nujoma's legacy personally to me is my whole life. I had so many to pick from his legacy, from the way he lived. The most significant thing that I will live to remember is his strategy in uniting the different tribes and factions across Namibia during the liberation struggle and beyond after independence. I can also resonate with the national policy of reconciliation which he has introduced, and that makes me to remember or live to remember that forgiveness brings about lasting peace.
Thank you, Mr. Stefanos. Well, that was the ex-plant fighter and traditional leader who reflected on the legacy and memories of late Dr. Nujoma. We'll be back with more updates soon. Back to you in studio.
Thank you so much, colleague Lukman. Colonel, you were talking to us about what unfolded yesterday, and we interrupted you when you were talking to us about how the rehearsal had landed in Sam Nujoma Avenue yesterday.
Yes, after we entered Sam Nujoma Drive, we had to stop for 1 minute at the Ministry of Defense and Veterans Affairs. That is what is in the procession, and that is what's going to unfold tomorrow. And then just for 1 minute, where staff members of the Ministry of Defense and Veterans Affairs, all of them will line up along the road and they will pay their last respect. We will have, because the Ministry of Defense and Veterans Affairs comprised of staff members, both military and civilian staff members. So they will all come in front of the Ministry of Defense and pay their last respect. And then the procession will proceed to proceeding with Sam Nujoma, and then immediately divert from Sam Nujoma. They will turn to Mandume Ndemfayo Drive until at David Hosea Miroro Drive. They will turn into Hosea David Miroro.
A direction east to west?
No. The direction is west, facing Game Store and Hours Motors, as if you are driving to the cemetery. So towards Concordia. So that's David Hosea Miroro Drive, and then they will continue until at the intersection or at the traffic lights of David Hosea Miroro and Hendrik Witbooi. They will turn there at Hendrik Witbooi into Hendrik Witbooi.
Right into Hendrik Witbooi.
Right into Hendrik Witbooi. They will continue passing the two traffic lights on that drive or on that road, and then until at passing also IUM on your left at the circle, the circle, and then entering into Moses Karweb on your left. Yes. And then they will drive under the Watermelon Bridge. That is the bridge that is well known as Watermelon Bridge. Continue down up to
past SOS.
Past SOS, past VTC. Continue until at the intersection of Winnie Madikizela Mandela and Moses Karuep, and then they turn immediately to the right. And then they will proceed with Winnie Madikizela, which was previously known as Chomisi Road, until the traffic lights at Vanainda and Greenwell. So at those traffic lights, they will then turn to their right into Independence Avenue.
Back towards the city.
Town, exactly. They will continue passing Vanaida Police Station, and then they will also continue until ShopRite, Groot Winkels or Central, Katutura Central, and then they'll continue again at Katutura Hospital. Immediately after the traffic lights, on your left is the SWAPO headquarters. We'll also have a stop over there for 1 minute again. After that, we'll continue with...
Just 1 moment, Colonel, but not necessarily leaving Independence Avenue.
No.
Staying on Independence Avenue.
Exactly. They are still on Independence Avenue. There will be no diversion. And then they will continue straight with Independence until in the city center. And then they will proceed in the city center until at Hilton. At Hilton, they will turn on their left, or they will turn into Sam Nujoma Drive again, uphill until at Robert Mugabe. Then we'll make a left turn again into Robert Mugabe. Then we'll make our ways to Parliament. Just before the casket enter Parliament, the casket is also planned to be taken to the Old State House, just at the gate, and then.
What time is that expected to happen, Colonel?
This whole procession will take us 4 hours
between Hosea Kutako International Airport and
Hosea
Parliament.
Kutako and up to Parliament. It will take us 4 hours. Just from Hosea Kutako to Sam Nujoma Drive. As you are entering Windhoek, that's 1 hour already. And then we have another 3 hours around the whole capital. Our route have not changed from last year. It's exactly the same route. It's only the 2 stoppage that we have at the Ministry of Defense and then at SWAPO Party. We are expecting members of the public again to come in big numbers as usual and just stand along the streets or the roads that we have mentioned, and then wave and pay their last respect to our founding father. So,
is there perhaps an expectation that the body will also be taken to his private residence briefly from the Hosea Kutako International Airport?
Not really, but what will happen from Hosea Kutako International Airport will just reduce our speed as we are passing the residence. On B6, we will not necessarily get to his residence. No, we'll proceed. We'll reduce the speed up to 0 and then slow down and then proceed. Yeah, that's what's going to transpire. And then at Parliament, there will be a short program that we can still discuss later on. There will be a short program, a very short program. It's just the same also at the airport. We will also have a very short program upon the arrival of the casket, and then the procession will start immediately. We are also expecting His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, the President of the Republic of Namibia and Commander-in-Chief, to receive the casket from the regions, and then later
at the airport.
At the airport. Yeah. At the airport. And we are also expecting members of the cabinet, ministers, and all the dignitaries to attend, some of them, to receive the casket together with His Excellency at the airport, and then the procession will now start.
Thank you for that very important update, Colonel. Now, what we know is that the plane took off at the Walvis Bay International Airport. It is en route as we speak to the Keetmanshoop Airport. How long is that journey expected to take? And talk to us about the expected time of arrival and, of course, when the memorial service will commence.
Yes, we are expecting this plane to arrive at 10:30. It's a 1-hour flight. So immediately upon the arrival of the casket at the airport in Keetmanshoop, as we have been observing throughout the regions, the same protocols will be applied. You have the quarter guard, you have your bearers and pole bearers, and then you have also the chief mourner delegated into that region to receive the casket. So they will receive the casket and immediately the procession will start until at the stadium where the memorial service is going to be conducted, and then the official program kick off immediately.
Very well. Thank you, Colonel. Now, we will touch base shortly with Reverend Francis Cooper, a retired politician, to talk to us about his experience as far as the life and legacy of Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma is concerned. Welcome back. You tune into a very special tribute broadcast. We continue to pay homage to the life and legacy of Namibia's founding president and father of the Namibian nation, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, who passed away in the Namibian capital on the 8th of February 2025 and will be laid to rest this coming Saturday, 1 March 2025. We're now joined by Reverend Francis Cooper. He is a son of the late Reverend Marcus Cooper and a key figure in Namibia's political and spiritual landscape. Now, as a former special assistant to the late Dr. Hendrik Witbooi, the vice president of the SWAPO party, and having worked closely with founding President Sam Nujoma, Reverend Cooper has witnessed and contributed to the shaping of Namibia's future. Today, we dive into his experiences and reflect on the legacy of Dr. Nujoma. Aitsamamiri, Reverend. Thank you so much for making time for us, and thank you for joining us for this very special tribute broadcast.
Thank you.
Yeah. From the onset, talk to us about what this loss of Dr. Nujoma's death means to Namibia and to her people.
I think, in my view, late President Nujoma was an icon. He led the struggle. He was together with my late father in New York as a petitioner. I think the way they left this country to go to the United Nations for the cause of Namibia's liberation struggle. The way he left and the way our late president left this country, traveling through various African states. The bond already started there. And I was brought up in this kind of an atmosphere. My mother and 5 of our brothers and sisters, 1 sister and 4 brothers, were left behind. Us not even knowing where our father is, because he was in close cooperation with the Herero chief, legendary chief Hosea Kutako. Late Chief Clemens Kapoor was on top of everything for my father to leave. In fact, the turning point of my father leaving this country was the forceful removal of the people of Waganas, where my father was the pastor. And then he was labeled as a rebel in the area. Waganas by then was viewed by the other people as a black spot in the white area. Therefore, they should leave. And there was a place called Itzavises, near Beersheba, where we have to go.
Forcefully?
Forcefully, at gunpoint, to put it that way. People were injured, women and men, all of them on that day. He was forced. I was still a small boy that time. We were loaded on a truck under the police, South African police escort to Beersheba. All right. This is what I see as a turning point, where my father took a decision. No, it cannot continue like this. I have to leave my people and go and seek for some help. That was the first turning point. The second one is the way they cooperated with the Herero chief. In fact, by that time, already late Burumba Kirina Kodangwidi, our late president, was already at the UN in New York. It took my father 3 weeks, let me say 3 months in Botswana, as it was facilitated, without having any money, anything, any ticket and whatever. So we just left this country, and it was on the session of a truck. He was that was his hiding place when they reached the what did you call this? The checkpoints. This is how we sneak out. The first persons to meet him at the airport, that is one point that I want to stress here. The 2 persons who was awaiting him at the international airport in New York was the very same 2 people, Burumba Kirina and late President Nujoma.
Not without significance.
Without, yeah. And this is for that reason that I would want to pay homage, pay tribute, honor him on this day. I wanted to be in Keetmanshoop, but I don't know what went wrong. I was informed. But I want to say, reflect on his passing with a word from the Bible, which is recorded in the 2 Timothy chapter 4, verse 7, which says, as far as President Nujoma is concerned, I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race. I have remained faithful. this is to me befitting for the late president. When reflecting on our president, our late president, Dr. Nujoma, he was a Namibian icon. Not only that, a Namibian revolutionary, an anti-apartheid activist, and a strategist, by all means, by all means. President Nujoma served this country for 3 consecutive terms, which is remarkable. And what he did in terms of nation building, the areas which were left out by the former regime, he tried to revive. I cannot say that the president stand up and visited areas like Kainagas, visiting those people to see the conditions these people were in. Nobody can tell me that he was a tribalist leader, whatever. Nobody can tell me that.
Reverend, perhaps before we proceed, and thank you for those very important reflections, how old were you then in the end when you first met him? And talk to us about the encounters that you personally had with him.
I was, by the time I met him for the first time, was upon his return.
When your father also then came back?
By then, my father came back after 16 years from the UN. He came a bit earlier. And I was asking, how come that you are coming back earlier than my father was saying? No, my mission was accomplished. Our mission was accomplished. The moment when the SWAPO was recognized as the sole representative of Namibia, is already pointing at that direction. And for that reason, I had to come back earlier because that secured me that the independence is coming. And that is the reason why he came back. The relationship between the two of them was very close. It was really very, very close. I think my father, the people of the South, through the advocacy by the leaders, the traditional leaders and so on, were very close. And 1977, 1978 around, when late comrade Dr. Witboy joined SWAPO, the rest of us followed.
From the South?
From the South. I think I can recall late Joel Stephanus. I can recall late Stephanus Goliath. I can recall late, was it? Yeah, so many of them. I think what I'm saying here is that the people, I personally started. I was influenced. I started the SWAPO branch in Malta here.
Let's speak about that, Reverend. To what extent would you say the approach to leadership by the founding president shaped who you became and shaped your approach to leadership?
That's right.
Talk to us about that, please.
Well, I must say that I think what President Nujoma did to me shaped my life. Besides the fact that my father was also so close to him, I must say that and set the record straight. When this struggle, which I was born and brought up in, was very, very harsh for us. When we got there, there was no hope for us in a way, because we were dropped off at that place, Itzabiches. Every night almost, there was a security officer or someone who checked on us whether we are still on that place. There was no water. The only water was the rain water, which was at a pond where cattle were drinking.
And you had to drink from that water as well?
It was expected of us to drink from that water.
Mm.
I was still a little boy at that age. And I grew up with this in the absence of my father. My mother was alone with the kids. I was even taken by my father's elder sister to ease the burden on our mother.
Mm.
And I was brought up in Malta here. And there I already started to mobilize.
Mm.
That was the influence.
As a youngster?
As a youngster.
Yeah. In the end, you became the special assistant of the late Dr. Witbooi. Please talk to us about journey.
How this happened. Dr. Witbooi, when upon the arrival, on the dawn of independence, Dr. Witbooi, I was then a teacher. I was teaching here in Windhoek. But when he was assigned, when he was appointed as the first Minister of Labour, convinced me. Said, please come, I need you. You must be closer to me. And I started as a personal assistant in the Ministry of Labour. He was just a Minister of Labour and Public Service, something like that. And later on, he was promoted by the president, very same president, as the Deputy Prime Minister. I joined him. Now, this is how I became. And that influence, I was all along very close to them, to the presidents, and the relationship as a personal assistant. I watched, I was encouraged. I saw a beacon of hope in President Nujoma and Dr. Witbooi, the trust amongst the two of them. I think President Nujoma was a very firm, very strict, disciplined people was a man of discipline.
Dr. Nujoma has also been hailed for the manner in which he brought religious leaders and traditional leaders on board.
That's right.
And how he recognized the important role that they have to play, particularly at the dawn of independence, but certainly also subsequently. Right. Help us understand how involved he was with religious and with spiritual matters.
Well, I think the religious, by then we were in the AMA church. My father was one of the clergy. But I think within the church, you always find some people don't want to be dealing with the politics on the ground. And that was, but I think as far as people from like Dr. Witbooi, late Reverend P.A. Schmidt, my late father and others, they were very active. And I think the relationship between late President Nujoma and them was very close. I can say that as far as politics is concerned, I can even say it with all certainty that one of our icons, the late Reverend Saghius Thomas from Keetmanshoop, who was in charge of the Keetmanshoop AME church, was trying on his own to open up doors with the ANC. Because here in this country, there was no political party that was no, because we were suppressed in an unthinkable way. And that is basically the reason why I would say the AME church was regarded then as a liberation church.
And helping to establish these ties with the ANC you're sharing with us.
That's right.
Yeah. It will come as no coincidence thus that the ANC will also be paying tribute today at an occasion in Pretoria,
That's right.
where former President Thabo Mbeki is expected to deliver a tribute.
That's right.
It is showing the close relationship that Namibia and South Africa continues to enjoy, but also the high premium that they place on the life of Dr. Nujoma.
I would also say that I think on his way to Tanzania, Tanganyika then, my father proceeded from Zambia on his way to Tanganyika, which is now Tanzania. President Gaunda's party was transporting people who are escapees from the southern, from non-independent countries.
At the time?
At that time. My father met with them. Some of them were escaping from them, and they were assisted. I think it's a long story, but it's a real story. It's a long story, but it's a real story. I think President Nujoma, to my view, has played a very significant role in this country.
Now, Reverend, so much has been said about the man called Sam Nujoma, particularly between 9 February, hours after his passing, and today, the 26th day of February 2025. But from where you stand, what was his most significant accomplishment?
Well, the most significant accomplishment, to my view, and I think the way they left this country, not knowing where to go, but at least to go out in the world. Late President Nujoma's made a very deep impression, to my view, is from the UN. He took a decision and then go out in the world, mobilizing them. And this is why late President Hage Geingob was saying Namibia is a product of international solidarity. And that is through the leadership of late President Nujoma.
Now, Reverend, as we're starting to wrap up our conversation this morning, which do you believe are the key lessons, particularly the younger generation, that we need to learn from the legacy, from the example of President Nujoma, to ensure that we create and co-create the Namibia that we all yearn for?
Yeah, I think in short, I had something here which is late President Nujoma. The impression that lessons that we could learn from him is that nobody will achieve anything if you are such a person that only lies under a tree, knowing there is fruit, and lie down under the tree and wait the fruit must fall. But late President Nujoma was a type of person who could shake the tree so that these apples or whatever could fall. That is how I view him. I think he indeed, his life, to my view, is a combination. His life is a combination of many qualities, profoundly vested in one person. Lessons that we learn from him will now onward remain with us as memories, lessons that we have to follow. He showed us the road and the way to go, and so that we, at the end of the day, not lose what they have fought for. He taught us that confidence grows. Confidence grows when obligations are met. That's what we have learned from him. But it dies when you quit. So his lesson is, when you commit yourself to something, stick to it until you achieve what you want to achieve. That is a lesson. I think I view him as a special person, a special individual. He has proven that he would not be trampled upon or in a way squelched. He cannot be. He has taught us that we can only wish his way. You cannot just wish his way to success, but taught us that we must try by all means to earn it ourselves. Do and open your doors self, not wait on somebody to come and open it for you. In doing so, courage is found. The bravery, you need to be brave. It's rather somebody, President Nujoma was rather someone who developed by challenging encounters, but took very difficult decisions. Decisions that you could think it will never happen, it's not possible. But it was Sam Nujoma. Only Sam Nujoma could do that.
Thank you, Reverend.
Thank you.
Now, as we prepare to finally say goodbye to Dr. Nujoma this coming Saturday, do you have a message in conclusion for your fellow Namibians, please?
Well, to our fellow Namibians, I think hard work, and in the same time, guard against, so that we are not continuing on this current way of squabbles and whatever. Let's differentiate differences. Let's differentiate differences and place them so that in the way we do not tarnish the sacrifices made by our forefathers, our leaders. I know for sure President Sam Nujoma is the last group. I don't know whether I can say it. Maybe he's the last one of the first petitioners. He's all of them. I was trying to call those names because I wanted to know about them. So many of them passed on already, and very few are left. Especially the people from the south must understand. This is not about your bread. This is the life of people that we are shaping. And it was already clear that we are trying to concentrate too much on unnecessary differences. Differences may be there, but let's try to forge ahead in order to safeguard the hard-won independence.
Thank you, Reverend K. Gangans.
Thank you.
That was Reverend Francis Quipper with his take on the life and legacy of Namibia's founding president and father of the Namibian nation. After a brief break, we'll continue our conversation with Colonel Shilumbu.
Naval Academy under which you are going in training is quite very expensive. If it was not because of the offer of the scholarship from the government of the Federative Republic of Brazil, we would not be able to send many of you to be trained as cadets in different aspects of maritime wing. However, due to the understanding, friendship and solidarity with the government and people of Brazil, you are able to come here and avail yourself of training in the field of maritime wing. This is an opportunity which you must seize and start hard. I know when I visited the academy at one point, very well equipped with the computer. Sometimes the cadets can remain in his room and just open his computer and see the lecturing in the classroom and just take notes. Yeah, you can now see that this is very quite highly modern equipped. The materials, teaching materials, and you must see the opportunity and grab everything that the teachers imparting or the commanders imparting to you, so that in turn you go and train our own cadets at the Wolf's Bay. Our Marine Wing Academy is also being prepared there with the assistance of the Brazilian experts. How many months? Now we see our Brazilian friends there, the high officers. Come, please. Now TV will take you back. Those who are behind you. It will appear nice. Take it this way, then you take it that.
Smiling, huh? Happy faces.
God, people will look at you in the TV at your homes. They will recognize you. They will recognize you. Express our profound gratitude to His Excellency President da Silva of the Federative Republic of Brazil and the Commandant of the Brazilian Navy Academy for offering the training free of charge to our cadets, and also for the President overhaul and the new installations from the convent, which will be sailing from Salvador directed to Walvis Bay, managed by the Namibian Commandant, supported by their Brazilian counterparts. It is our wish that we consider the Atlantic Ocean between us just as one of the boulevard or major roads between our two continents, and we should utilize the resources that is on the seabed of the Atlantic Ocean, from the shores of Brazil to the shores of the Republic of Namibia, for the mutual beneficial to all of us, I think.
Welcome back. That, of course, was a documentary produced by the Ministry of Defence, provided to the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation. Colonel, it depicts a visit to Brazil. Could you just very briefly tell us what transpired there?
Yes, following the integration of Walvis Bay on the 1st of March 1994, that alone has already paved the way to the establishment of the Namibian Maritime Wing, which was initiated by the Naval Cooperation Agreement signed on the 4th of March 1994 between the Republic of Namibia and the Federative Republic of Brazil. That agreement entailed, among others, that the Brazilian Navy will assist with the training and establishment of the NDF Maritime Wing to protect the national interest of the Republic of Namibia within its internal waters, territorial sea, and exclusive economic zone. Brazil was also to supply the government of the Republic of Namibia with vessels. Now, you saw the documentary with the founding father, the late founding father, visiting Brazil on official capacity, on a work visit. He also had that opportunity to encourage Namibian naval officers who were there as cadets to take their education seriously, so that at the end of the day, they come back and train fellow Namibians back home, so that we cannot depend every time to the Brazilian government only, but we must be able also to build our own capacity and develop the Namibian Navy, so that at the end of the day we have institutions like the current naval school of the Naval Academy, which he mentioned there, that we were preparing to establish a naval academy back home.
Which we now have.
Yes, we have our own training institution at Roykop, and it was for him to encourage that the colleagues should take their education seriously. And it's exactly what has transpired, that before he retired, that the maritime wing was then commissioned to a fully fledged Namibian Navy.
Thank you so much for that overview, Colonel. Now we know the plane has landed with a casket in Keetmanshoop. What is expected to happen shortly?
We are expecting the offloading of the casket, but first of all, the gun carriage to be offloaded, hooked on the RG-32, and then the casket to be loaded again, to be received officially by the quarter guard, and then pallbearers and bearers to take their position and to execute their trusted task as they started from Hosea Kutako to all the regions, and now finally to Kharas Region, and then for the procession to start and get their way to the stadium for the official program.
Yes. What we know about Keetmanshoop is like Walvis Bay. It's not a vast distance that they are expected to cover. How long is the journey expected to take from the airport to the stadium for the 7th Regional Memorial Service to then get underway?
I believe that they will just take about 45 minutes, if it's longer, for them to get to the stadium. It's a short distance, as you have indicated already. So we expect them to kick off with their procession as per plan.
Thank you, Colonel. Now, before they embark on their journey, our colleague Lukman Kluter is, of course, on standby at the airport with an update. So, can we just maybe, while we wait to connect with Lukman, Colonel, walk us through the route that the procession will take again from the airport in Keetmanshoop until they reach the stadium? We have shared it earlier, but just for those who may be tuning in for the first time now and who still want to embark on accompanying the procession, or who may want to position themselves along the way to ensure that they are able to get the opportunity to say goodbye to the founding president.
Well, that program, where's my program? I'm looking for the program now.
Or we can just talk about the route that the procession needs to take from the airport.
From the airport, they indicated that, let me just quickly check.
Yeah, so the plane has landed at the Keetmanshoop airport from Walvis Bay International Airport. The 7th Regional Memorial Service is scheduled to take place there today, and the body of the founding president will again lie in state at the stadium during the course of this evening until tomorrow morning, after which the journey back home, being Windhoek, the Namibian capital, is expected to get underway, and they will land at the Hosea Kutako International Airport. Colonel Petrus Shulumbu explained to us earlier how that 4-hour journey will work between Hosea Kutako International Airport until it reaches Parliament Gardens tomorrow afternoon. Yes, Colonel.
The session will start at Keetmans Airport through the M98 road, Keizer, to Hambi Plichta Avenue. And then from Hambi Plichta Avenue, it will go to the 4th Avenue. And then from the 4th Avenue to Sem Nujoma Avenue. From Sem Nujoma Avenue to Bernard Swarboy Street. And then from Bernard Swarboy Street to Reverend Dr. Andreas Beaver Street. And then from Reverend Dr. Andreas Beaver Street to Tseb Avenue. And then from Tseb Avenue, it will then make its ways to it will then make its way to Leipert, and then Leipert to Stefana Stadium.
Very
so
well.
it looks long, but these streets
it's a very
are
short journey.
Very short journey.
Yeah, thank you very much, Colonel. Lukman is now ready. Colleague, it's over to you.
We are here at the Keetmanshoop Airport. Just a few minutes ago, the presidential jet landed here with the presidential minister, Christine Ngoepes, who was accompanied by the former minister, Richard Kamui, SWAPO CC member, Martha Nabunyembo, and the minutes later, the aircraft also landed with the remains of Dr. Nujoma, the late founding president and founding father of the Namibian nation. The Minister Ngoepes was joined by the chief mourner, by Deputy Prime Minister, who is representing the chief mourner, and the governors of both Hardap and Kharas Region. They are now moving towards the aircrafts to receive the body. Back to you.
Thank you so much, colleague. Now, Colonel, you spoke about a brief program that will happen at Siakutaka International Airport tomorrow. We know that once the casket and the procession finally make their way to Parliament Gardens tomorrow, there will also be a short program. Please walk us through those two programs.
Yes, the program for tomorrow, we are expecting that the casket also leaves Keetmans in the morning, hopefully by 7 or earlier than that. But
is that when the flight is expected to leave the airport?
To leave the airport. Yeah. But I still have to confirm the exact time. What time are they leaving? But I can take you through the sequence of events. But regarding the timing, we can always come back and give the exact time, because there are other stakeholders that need to be consulted. The high authority need to be briefed of.
And it's a developing event.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So what will happen? First of all, we have the guard of honor. As the casket get out of the plane,
Eto
Siakutako, the guard of honor is to play a melody, a very short melody, and immediately after that, the chief military mourner, he was entrusted by the commander-in-chief, who's the chief mourner, to take this casket along, to take it around the country to those regions where the memorial services were conducted. So he will now report back to
the commander-in-chief.
His Excellency Dr. Nangolo, the President of the Republic of Namibia, and also the commander-in-chief, to say that, okay, we are back safely. The casket is in the condition which it left Siakutaka International Airport, and we are reporting back to you. So His Excellency is now to receive the casket. And after that, the Commander-in-Chief is going to proceed, as he did at State House, to the casket, accompanied by the Chief of the Defense Force, to receive the casket. That will now, after he have received the casket again, the Chief of the Defense Force will request permission to take the casket for a ceremonial procession route. At the same time, he is also inviting His Excellency, or he will also invite His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Namibia, and the Chief Mourner also, to join the procession around the city. And then the Guard of Honor will again play a melody, a very short one. And after that, the casket will now leave Siakutaka International Airport to the route procession. And then after the route procession has been completed and they've arrived at Parliament Gardens, there will be also a very short program whereby we expected the Director of Ceremony to do his remarks.
Just one moment, Colonel. Should the aircraft take off at about 7 o'clock from Keetmanshoop? How long is that journey to Siakutaka?
That will be probably 1 hour 30 minutes.
So one would imagine that 2 hours from 7 o'clock, if it departs at 7, the procession would leave the airport.
Yeah,
more or less.
Yeah, more or less. We are expecting that the procession to leave the airport by exactly 8 o'clock. Yes, it's a matter of just confirming the exact time that they are leaving from Keetmanshoop, so that we have also the timing to determine or estimate what time are they supposed to leave or are expected to leave in the national airport to the city.
And 4 hours later, they will be at Parliament Gardens.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the director of ceremonies at Parliament will then invite the NDF chaplain to deliver a scripture reading and also to pray. And after that, members of the public will be allowed to view the body at Parliament Gardens throughout the day and throughout the night. And then the body will lay in state again. We know what has transpired last year, the protocols that were applied, and the procedures, what to do at Parliament Gardens when you go and view the body.
And what not to do.
And what not to do. I think most of those from this region who came, they knew what has transpired during that time. So, and then we expect again the next morning, which is a Friday, where we have our final memorial service to take place at Independence Stadium. We expect that in the morning, the body will be again collected and escorted to Independence Avenue.
Independence Stadium?
Independence Stadium.
From Parliament Gardens?
Yeah, from Parliament Gardens to Independence Stadium. And then the official memorial service will now start immediately once the casket has arrived at Independence Stadium. Yes.
Do we have an indication about the route that the procession will follow from Parliament Gardens to Independence Stadium?
Yeah, there's a proposed route already, which is from Parliament Gardens into Robert Mugabe
towards a southern direction.
But at the intersection of Robert Mugabe and Sam Nujoma Drive, they have to turn into Sam Nujoma Drive.
Right, in other words.
Right. Passing Hilton, passing the Ministry of Defense and Veterans Affairs, passing the High Commission of Zambia into Mandume and Mfayo.
Left into Mandume.
Left. And then again at the intersection of Mandume and Mfayo and David Osea Miroro, they will turn to your right into Osea.
David Osea Miroro.
David Osea Miroro. Proceed straight before the bridge on top. They have to go down and join the Osea Kutako Road.
Past the Gamam Cemetery.
Exactly. Proceeding up to Trackport. At Trackport, we expect them to turn on your left into McBride Street.
In Olympia.
And then they will again proceed just before the swimming pool. They will turn to your left, and then they are on their way. They will make their way to the Independence Stadium.
And the memorial service is expected to start at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
No, that program is still being adjusted. The government is working on the program. To be specific, the Ministry of Information, Communication and Technology, they are still to announce and release officially the program, what time are they going to start. But there's a program on the table already. It's only that timing need to be communicated and to be confirmed.
You remind us, thank you very much, Colonel. You reminded us a few times this morning already that we went through this last year. Now, what we did see is because we witnessed a number of dignitaries from across the globe joining us to pay homage last year, and the same will be the case this year, that Namibian Defence Force members were deployed all over the city to ultimately ensure the safety of everybody and to ensure the safety of the Republic and of our dignitaries. Will that be the case again this year?
Yes, as I always emphasize that we are not taking security for granted, and we cannot compromise security where we have foreign dignitaries and our own dignitaries back home and our leaders. Security will be always in place. We'll always make sure that we provide a high degree of security. And I urge whoever is making ways to Parliament or to Independence Stadium not to carry any dangerous material or equipment or any weapon or anything that can cause harm to a another individual. So you should come, it is safe, the law and order has been maintained, our law enforcement agencies will be on the ground, so we should always be at peace.
So not even a licensed firearm?
No, you don't need to carry your weapon, even a licensed firearm, if you are not on duty, if you are not a law enforcement member.
Or a peace officer?
No, police officers who are on duty, they will carry their weapon because they are on duty.
And they are mandated to do so?
Exactly. But if you are not on duty, you are not supposed to carry your weapon to this event at Memorial Service at Independence Stadium because you are not on duty. Why are you carrying the weapon now, going to a place where you know that we have dignitaries and foreign dignitaries, so there's no need for you to carry a weapon if you are not on duty. Only those who will be on duty on that specific day will be allowed to have or carry their weapons.
We did understand that last year items such as lighters or matches were also confiscated at Independence Stadium. Talk to us about whether that will be the case again and why such items are also amongst the items that would be prohibited.
My brother, when we say that we have to provide security to everyone, we are also providing security to yourself who's carrying also these dangerous materials or dangerous items. We don't know the intention of carrying such material. That's why we do not undermine security. So anything can happen. You coming with a small match and we don't know what is your intention later on. We know we are smokers, we have people who smoke, but at this time we just want to guarantee the security.
Talk to us about the extent to which the functions of the Defence Force overlap with the Namibian police and also the municipal police as far as Windhoek is concerned. We do know that primarily the Defence Force is seized with protecting the sovereign boundaries of the state and everything that accompanies that, whereas law and order are the domain of the police force. Talk to us about the extent to which these functions overlap during a time such as this one and why that is the case.
No, it's not necessary that they overlap. The police will still carry out their primary duty or task or mission to make sure that the law and order is maintained. They will do that because that is their responsibility. So the whole thing is a coordinated operation. Police will do their job. The traffic officers will also control the flow of traffic.
Both municipal police and Namibian police.
Police, yes. Yeah. And us will also come on board to supplement whatever task it's required from us, especially when it comes to the aspect of security. So you don't want your operation to be jeopardized or to be disturbed by an individual. So you make sure that all these stakeholders, they coordinate and they carry out their task as entrusted by the Namibian Constitution.
Now, what the viewers are seeing at the moment, Colonel, is that the casket is being offloaded and will make its way to the gun garage soon before the journey then starts towards the stadium for the memorial service scheduled for Keetmanshoop.
Yes, the pallbearers just took their position and then we are expecting the bearers to exit from the aircraft, passing through, and then load the casket in the gun carriage. While on the other side, the quarter guard is also ready to pay respect to the late founding president, Dr. Nujoma. And then you have the mourners on the other side, some who were on the plane. Today we had 65 passengers on board. Those are the ones that you see, including those who came to receive the casket officially at
they were in the Falcon?
Yes, and some were in the Falcon, some were also on the aircraft, the Y9E. So we are expecting now the bearers to exit anytime from the plane to load the casket on the gun carriage.
It is an operation that we have managed to perfect over the last 7 days, Colonel, is it not so?
Yes, I should also commend those pilots, the pallbearers and the bearers. These are the people who have worked very hard. You have seen that they've also maintained discipline, including the quarter guards throughout the regions. These colleagues are dressed well, maintaining discipline in the formation, and they are all in a proper manner where they conduct themselves professionally. You have seen the way they've been acting or reacting to the word of command. And this is very a high degree of professionalism that the colleagues have been conducting themselves throughout the regions. And we must be proud of our defense force as a nation.
Absolutely. And what happened elsewhere, 6 destinations will happen at the 7th destination once the journey gets underway. And the same is expected for the rest of the day until tomorrow morning, when the casket is expected to make its way back to the Namibian capital.
If there is anyone who has been following this procession throughout, they can already identify that those bearers and pallbearers, whatever action they have carried out in Rundu, in Ohangwena, at Etunda, in Zambezi, in Chotanjupa or in Erongo, the action around the casket, it's exactly the same. You have seen how they remove their caps or their hats, how they replace, how they salute, they turn left and turn right. It's exactly the same. So, and you also see now most of people will start reacting or practicing something like this, especially the small ones who like to follow the military action. They will start already practicing and seeing what has happened. So it's exactly a standard, it's uniformity. Yes.
And it's not without significance, Colonel. We do know that Dr. Nujoma was also inter alia hailed for how disciplined he was and how exemplary he was, how he led by example. And for young Namibians, as you just mentioning, to emulate that is certainly part of his legacy that we are honoring to the best of our ability.
It is. If you have seen some videos of him, he also, at one point, you will find him saluting or paying a compliment. Paying a compliment. So it takes one to be very disciplined, to follow instructions. Because if you are not following, you will make mistakes. And you will be the only one to be seen that one has made a mistake. Yeah.
Of course, he was also the founding commander-in-chief of the Namibian Defence Force. And what we're witnessing in Keetmanshoop at the moment is a solemn occasion, is a dignified occasion, is a respectful occasion, and certainly a befitting occasion if we're speaking of the scope and the magnitude that was Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma.
Yeah, one significant point that I want to bring out to our viewers is that the troops, the quarter guard that you are seeing here, they are from a unit or a formation called 1-2 Brigade. That's the name of the formation. This brigade, 1-2 Brigade, was named after the birthday of our late president, because he's born on the 12th of May
1929.
So we have 1-2 Brigade. It is named after his birthday. And then we have 2-6 Brigade. It is after Heroes Day. And then we have 4 Artillery Brigade. It is after the 4th of May. So the 12th Brigade, that is a formation. Now the base itself, it's called Captain Hendrik Vedboy Barracks, one of our outstanding forefathers.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, and then also very significant, the commander of 1-2 Brigade happened to be Brigadier General Nathaniel Njala. He is commissioned by His Excellency Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma in 1997. He was among the first cadets who were commissioned by the founding father. Today, he excelled very well, and he is a brigade commander, and he is proud to lead that brigade of 1-2 Brigade. On top of that, he is among of those who were cycled in Ikela in 1998 in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And then in 2000, when he returned back from that mission, he was awarded or decorated with medal, or DRC medal, by His Excellency, the late Dr. Semsha Fishuna Nujoma. So,
not without significance, Colonel.
So it's very, very significant to him, because him leading this brigade, him being decorated by the founding father, him being commissioned as a second lieutenant by the late founding father. Yes.
It sounds like full circle. It sounds like mission accomplished. It sounds very befitting.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that. So we're now witnessing that solemn moment of casket being carried to the gun carriage.
You can already see that both pallbearers and bearers, they are in one step, okay? From the aircraft until they place or they secure the casket into the gun carriage.
What does it mean to be in one step?
One step, look, their feet, their boots, they are marching.
In unison.
In one step, meaning they are, if it's a left foot moving, it's a left foot moving.
And at the same time?
At the same time, all of them. You can see? They are in one step, we mean it one step. And if you are out of step, meaning you are not marching together with others. That is now what we say, out of step. You are out of step. So this time around, they are all in one step.
I was going to break or side by side. Back.
Side by side.
I just saying only myself. All the guys have done behind this way. I'm busy with that right now. You need our ID.
But for accreditation, we sent already to Godric. Patrick, for accreditation, we sent already to Godric.
Welcome back. Now the procession is underway from the airport at Keetmanshoop all the way to town, making its way gradually to the stadium where the 7th Regional Memorial Service is expected to take place in a bit. Now for the briefing on the funeral of the late founding president at the Government Information Center, we now cross over to Minister Emma Tufelis.
The last and final one being conducted today, the 26th of February 2025, in Keetmanshoop in the Kharas Region. The Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defence Forces, His Excellency President Nangola Mbumba, the Chief Mourner, will be represented by Honorable John Mutora, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Works and Transport. The body of our late national hero will lie in state at the J. Stephanus Stadium in the Tseplachte location and depart for Windhoek tomorrow morning. We wish to thank the Namibian nation for paying their last respects to our hero in a respectful and dignified manner. As I've indicated in the past, this is an unprecedented situation for Namibia. It is the first time in the history that the remains of an individual accorded a state funeral are being taken to the regions for an opportunity to be given to as many Namibians as possible to give their farewells. Therefore, on behalf of the government of the Republic of Namibia, we ask for a forgiveness where we have fallen short in our planning and execution, but sadly, because as we know that we are a culturally diverse country, funerals are not ordinarily planned for, and will definitely lack here and there. Therefore, fellow Namibians, we ask for your patience and tolerance during this period of mourning. Moving on, I'd like to share details around the logistics pertaining to the memorial service at the Independence Stadium on the 28th of February 2025, and then the burial at the National Heroes Acre on the 1st of March 2025. All logistics are currently underway. Considerations to cater for the elements out of the government's control, such as the weather on these two dates and the exact number of people to attend the ceremonies, are being considered and being executed to the best of our ability. Transportation arrangements have been made for the residents of Kharas Region to attend the official memorial service and the burial ceremonies, and detailed communication will be made in due course on the pickup points around the Kharas Region. We once again ask for the public's cooperation in this regard. The government of the Republic of Namibia has received confirmations of attendance from foreign delegations, some made up of heads of state, others by former heads of state, and other dignitaries such as vice presidents, prime ministers, head of international and regional organizations, speakers of parliament, foreign affairs ministers, amongst others. The confirmed countries are so far the Republic of Angola, the Republic of South Africa, the Republic of Zimbabwe, the Republic of Ghana, dignitaries from the Republic of Mozambique, Republic of Malawi, the United Republic of Tanzania, Finland, the People's Republic of Cuba, and the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic. I wish to convey that this list is not yet exhaustive, as we continue to receive confirmations and alterations closer to the burial date. So I urge the public to not accept information around these delegations and related matters from any other source unless confirmed by the MICT. Secondly, the programs of the official memorial service and the burial have been finalized and approved by both the government and the Nujoma family. The programs will be made public at an appropriate time. The burial place, of course, has been identified at the Heroes Acre for Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, founding president and father of the Namibian nation. The writings on his tombstone are also being finalized in consultation with the Nujoma family. Finally, we expect the remains of our founding father of the Namibian nation to depart from the Keetmanshoop airport at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning and is expected to arrive at the Hosea Kutako International Airport at around 7:30 a.m. Yesterday, on the 25th of February 2025, a full-scale rehearsal of the street procession was conducted by the security cluster from the Hosea Kutako International Airport and along the designated routes in Windhoek. We once again ask for the public's cooperation in the capital city Windhoek to not get in the way of the street procession, but also urge those of us that will be lining along the routes to wave or salute the procession as it passes by, and all motorists to exercise patience and cooperation during the procession. The street procession will go through the following streets in the capital. Of course, it will start at the Hosea Kutako International Airport, where it will proceed via the Trans-Kalahari Corridor, the B6 Road, then slide into the Nujoma Drive, thereafter into the Manduman Demfire Road, then into the David Hosea Meroro Road, and then into the Hendrik Vetboy Drive, then proceed to the Moses Garweb Street, and then into the Winnie Madikizela Mandela Road, further into the Independence Avenue, and back to the Nujoma Drive, into the Robert Mugabe Drive, and lastly, then arrive at the Parliament Gardens. The body will lie in state at the Parliament Gardens on the 27th of February 2025 to allow the general public to pay their last respect to the late founding president. It should be noted that the body will be ready for viewing at the Parliament Gardens from 1600 hours on the 27th of February 2025 until 11:30 a.m. on the 28th of February 2025. Again, we ask for those of us who are going to view, please follow the proceedings, follow the procedures and the instructions by the security cluster. Do not take action such as taking photos of the remains of our founding president in his casket. On the 28th of February 2025, the procession will move from the Parliament Gardens at 11:30 a.m. to the Independence Stadium for the official memorial service by 1300 hours, where thereafter the proceedings have been concluded, the body will lie in state as well. The following routes will be used. The procession will start at Parliament Gardens and slide into Robert Mugabe Avenue, then proceed to the same Nujoma Drive, thereafter the Hosea Kutako Drive, into the Sean McBride Street, then into the Vika Street, thereafter into the Softball Street, and lastly into the Rugby Street to the Independence Stadium. On the 1st of March 2025, the procession will move from the Independence Stadium to the Heroes Acre for burial at 9 a.m. The following route will be used. The procession will move from the Independence Stadium to Heroes Acre for burial through the Rugby Street, then into the Softball Street, into the Vika Street, then into the Sean McBride Street, thereafter into the Frankie Frederick Street, then to the Hosea Kutako Drive, and then to the B1 Road leading to Rehoboth, then the Heroes Acre. We request the public to make their way to the ceremonies as early as possible to aid in the smooth operation of these important events. On behalf of the government of the Republic of Namibia, I once again wish to convey condolences to all of us as a grieving nation and to the Nujoma, Kontombolo, and Mushimba families. Last year by this time, we had just concluded the burial of our third president, Dr. Hage G. Geingob, on the 25th of February 2024, and for many of us, these events are a reminder of the shock and grief we experience in losing a sitting president. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the leadership conveyed by His Excellency President Nangolo Mbumba. He is guiding us through another period of national mourning in losing a president, and we can only wish him continued strength, wisdom, and grace. Hileni, this concludes today's briefing. Heroes do not die, they only multiply. May the revolutionary spirit of Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma live on forever in all of us. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, so much for that briefing on the latest update that there is regarding the funeral arrangement of the late founding president, His Excellency Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. Now, Namibia, that also marks today's update, but then again, I'd like to emphasize, as the Minister has alluded to earlier, to please adhere to the guidelines in place as we continue to honor the life of the late founding president. From myself, Hileni Felapasamunyela, and the GIC crew, it's goodbye for now.
Well, that was, of course, an update by the Minister of Information and Communication Technology on what will transpire specifically on the 28th of February and the 1st of March. We just saw the procession pass through Sam Nujoma Avenue, as it's known in Keetmanshoop, gradually making its way to the stadium. And we do know that it's not covering a vast distance, Colonel. It will be expected at the stadium shortly. But we see particularly school children bearing Namibian flags, singing the national anthem as they say goodbye to our fallen hero, the founding president and father of the Namibian nation, for a final time, Colonel.
Observed from other regions that members of the public have turned up in big numbers, and this is exactly the same here in Kharas Region. Yes, it is not only the school learners, we have also the other members of the public, elderly from all ages, and we can see that they are maybe entering now Bernardus SWAPO Street, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Making their way to other streets such as Reverend Dr. Andreas Beaver, and then from there into Tseb Avenue, and then from Tseb Avenue to Leipert, and then they'll make their way to Stephanus Stadium. So it's really a touching moment for most of them. You can see that they are even singing those songs that will bring emotional to anyone who's listening or anyone staying next to another person. So, and then it's also passing the SWAPO party office in Keetmans, where you can see some of the members of the party also standing there and waving to their leader.
A solemn occasion, a solemn moment. Indeed,
exactly.
Colonel.
Yeah.
Our colleague Lukman Klutzer is on Andries Beaver Street with an update. Colleague, it's over to you.
We are here at the intersection of Reverend Dr. Andreas Beaver and Bernardus SWAPO. We just witnessed the procession passing through on its way to the J. Stephanus Stadium, where the memorial service for the late founding father, Dr. Sam Nujoma, will be held. We are joined here by a teacher and who is also the CC and Politburo member of the SWAPO party, of which Dr. Nujoma was the founding president. Thanks for joining us, Mr. Steve Ovambo. Please talk to us. Why is it important for you to come and witness this procession passing through to the J.F. Stephanus Stadium?
Thank you very much. It is very important, and it is not only important, but it is obligatory for me to be part of this process, to witness and give a dignified farewell to a person that has done justice to the independence of this country, a person who has shaped the DNA of an independent nation. and without him we cannot talk about an independent Namibia. And therefore it is very significant that I must be here and that all of us who are participating in this process must be here, and in particular from Kharas Region and Keetmanshoop today.
How would you like his legacy to be honored by the Namibians?
His legacy should be honored by the Namibians, accepting that it was very far for the other liberation fighters to hear them only in books, read them only in books, but here we have him in our hands. And this is a living history that we have got. It is of the same explanation that I would be saying. From far you can see the light, but with the heat you will see it, you will feel it when it is closer to you. He is very close to us, close to the Namibian nation and the person who have shaped the nation. And it is no doubt that it was befitting to call him the founding father and the father of the liberation struggle of this country.
Thank you very much for your time. We are also joined by a learner of Suiderlig High School, Charlenique Janchis, who is also coming with other learners who are witnessing the procession. One could see the display of grief and respect from the learners as well as the public members when the procession just passed through to the stadium. Thanks for joining us, Mrs. Janchis. Why was it important for you to witness today's historic moment here at Keetmanshoop, the procession passing through to the J.F. Stefano Stadium where the memorial will take place of late Dr. Sam Nujoma?
Thank you for the question. It's not only to show our respect, but also appreciation for everything that he has done for us as a nation. He brought independence to our country, free speech, everything that we have today is because of him. We are here to show our respect because not only was he an exceptional leader, but as I said, he was the reason we have independence today.
Thank you, Janchis. That was the SWAPO Party CC and Politburo member and the learner of Suiderlig, Ms. Janchis, reflecting on legacy and memories and the reason why they came to witness the procession. Back to you. We'll soon come up with updates.
Okay, Gangan's Lukman, our colleague Lukman Kluter, based in Keetmanshoop, with an update from the corner of Bernardo Swartboy Street and Reverend Beaver Avenue in Keetmanshoop, where the procession just passed. It's making its way to the J.F. Stefano Stadium in Seepelachte, where the 7th Regional Memorial Service is expected to take place later today, Colonel.
Yes, I think the timing is still okay by looking at almost 20 minutes to 12. Even if the program can kick off anytime from now on, I think they are still fine for them to finish earlier also and to give that opportunity to the public members in Kharas Region also to view and pay their respect at the end of the day. So we expect them to make their ways anytime soon to Stephanos Stadium, which is not far from where they are currently.
Now, the Minister of Information and Communication Technology also reiterated what we spoke about earlier, that based on the full rehearsal that the security cluster had yesterday is what is expected to unfold tomorrow. And the times have now also been confirmed. We do know that the plane is expected to depart from Keetmanshoop at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, and the journey is expected to be about 90 minutes. So expected time of arrival is 7:30 at Hosea Kutako International Airport. And you did share with us earlier that the Chief Mourner, the Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defence Force, the Head of State, the President of the Republic, His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, will also be there to receive the casket back after having granted authorization last Thursday for it to be taken across the regions. The Minister also did share with us that this is a first for this country, for someone to have been accorded the status of a hero, to have been accorded a state funeral for such a person's remains to be taken all across the country. And of course, it's a learning experience. Mistakes will be made, the Minister acknowledged, and they're trying their best as a Namibian government to accommodate all Namibians. And logistical arrangements for the Kharas Region particularly are underway to see to it that those who want to pay their last respects are able to do so, whether it's at Parliament Gardens, whether it's along the route, whether it is at Independence Stadium, or whether it is at the Euros Acre on the outskirts of the capital. What we do know is that elements such as the weather, decisions based on people's preference or capacity about whether or not to attend those proceedings, those are variables that are out of the control of those who have to plan for these events. And it will be necessary at times to make last-minute arrangements. So far, I think in broad strokes, as a people, we have behaved quite well.
Yes, indeed. We have a nation that listen and react to the instructions that they are getting from their leaders. That's why we haven't seen clashes between the security cluster with members of the public, maybe a person who is disobeying the procedure or road sign during this time of the procession. And we, as the security cluster, also appreciate the public for their cooperation and patience, that they are able to plan ahead, especially when it's time for the procession to pass by. You'll find that most of the road users have already make use of the road. And those who are urgently maybe need to travel at a certain destination
can make alternative arrangements.
They did, and they continue to do that. And also they are always stopping wherever there's at the intersection where there's a police officer or a military police member standing and telling them that, okay, you can wait for a moment or you can make a U-turn and make an alternative route.
Thank you,
They
Colonel.
are paying that respect, and we really appreciate it, and they should continue doing that.
Thank you, Colonel.
Thank you.
We now follow the procession as it is arriving at the JF Savannah Stadium in Zeeplacht.
Did you know that? Blame on me.
He's there. Yes.
The casket containing the remains of the founding president and the father of the Namibian nation arrived at the J. Stephanus Stadium in Seeplachte in Keetmanshoop for the 7th Regional Memorial Service, which means, Colonel, it's time for us to, at this juncture, hand over to the team in Keetmanshoop for the official memorial service.
Kharas Region also to celebrate the legacy of our founding president, and we hope that
Thank you, Colonel. Thank you, Colonel. We now hand over to the J. Stephanus Stadium and the team there for the official memorial service.